Paranormal M is where the unexplained comes to life. Subscribe and turn on notifications for weekly stories that'll leave you breathless. Are you ready for the thrill of the unknown? My boyfriend saw me mouthing words to him in the dark. My boyfriend just told me this happened, and he said it happened within the last week. Our house is haunted, but this is freaking me out. I usually sleep on my left side, facing away from him in bed. On one night in particular, I had fallen asleep facing him while he was awake on his phone. He sat up for a moment and looked at me. Before realizing my eyes were wide open, I was trying to mouth something to him. He kept asking, "What? Huh?" I wasn't responding. He shined his phone screen on my face and my eyes were closed. My mouth was slightly open, but when he moved his screen light, he saw my eyes open and I was mouthing stuff to him again. He got so creeped out he almost slept on the couch, but he decided to face away from me and fell back asleep. This has me rattled. The stuff in our house doesn't usually freak me out, but this has me shaken up. His vision is good even in the dark. I sleep with my eyes open sometimes, and it is creepy. But it's not wide open, and it doesn't stop once the light is on. I don't know what this could have been if it wasn't his eyes playing tricks on him, and I'm not convinced it was. My brother used to do that to me, and it's terrifying. Going back to sleep is not an option. I hear breathing under my bed. A lot of people asked for more detail, so here's one of the freakiest things I've experienced in the few years that I've lived here. This first happened in late 2023. I was coming home from a tattoo appointment at about 8 p.m. My boyfriend was at work. It was really quiet in the house as only one other roommate was still awake. Went into my room to greet my cat and lay down. As I was changing my clothes, I heard a distinct rhythmic breathing coming from underneath the bed. In, out, in, out. It was so clear and so human-like. Turned off my music and texted my boyfriend to tell him I was afraid somebody may be in our room. He pointed out that a human couldn't fit under our bed. There was no one in the closet when I was changing. I still heard the same distinct inhale and exhale for another 4 hours or so. My cat was even acting weird, like she could hear it. I stayed on the bed and turned the TV volume up so I wouldn't hear it as well, and that was until I could finally not hear it at all. My boyfriend believed me and understood why I was so creeped out. Fast forward to early 2024. I was visiting my friend out of town, and he texted me to tell me that he could hear it too. The same inhale and exhale, steady and human-like. He said it was definitely coming from under the bed. We both heard it once or twice more, though, through the course of the year. It's unsettling, whatever it is. I think my imaginary friend as a child was a ghost. In my house where I lived from birth to about the age of 5, I had an imaginary friend named Rosie. I remember her having red hair, freckles, and dressing quite childlike. I don't remember her height, and I'll explain why I added that on later, but I used to quote-unquote take her everywhere with me. I'd set her a spot at the dinner table, talk to her for hours, play with her, really anything you do with an imaginary friend. After I moved out, my new house, I'd still do all the things I used to do with her, but it's like she wasn't there. My imaginary friend was gone suddenly. I let it go for many years. I ended up just forgetting about her for a while. This is where it gets interesting. As a kid, my dad used to tell me that in our old house he'd be alone and see this teen girl floating around. Just her top half. He didn't have much of a description of her, except that he said she seemed very friendly and kept to herself. He didn't feel uncomfortable in her presence. He saw her while we lived there, and since my aunt moved in after we moved out, he saw her a couple more times house-sitting for her. I always thought he was joking, but one day a few years ago he emphasized how serious he was about this. He told me about the ghost he saw to scare me when I was little, but he wasn't lying according to him. He's typically, quite the jokester, but when he's serious, he's serious. Now, as a 20-year-old, I thought a lot about it, and I don't remember my imaginary friend's height nor the age she looked. When I moved from my old house, she didn't seem to come with me. It's quite the coincidence if I just stopped seeing her when I moved in, even though she was like my best friend at the last house. Thought about asking my aunt to stay the night alone and just try to seek the truth, but my aunt and I aren't on speaking terms. I'm also kind of terrified of the dark and haunted things in general. I just really wonder if my imaginary friend was actually a ghost. That'd be really badass. I'm not requesting somebody to debunk this, I just think it's potentially kind of a cool experience. Something tried to open our bedroom door. My family and I lived in a rented house for over 4 years. This is the first time this happened. This happened 2 days ago. Me, being a night owl, went to bed last. I shared my bedroom with my mom and sister. It was close to 1 a.m. and I was preparing to sleep. I jerked when someone or something tried to open my bedroom door. I didn't move, but I looked at the door for a really long time, expecting somebody to open the door. There's no one. By the way, I'm sleeping next to the door. I'm pretty sure that somebody didn't enter my bedroom, but it lingers inside my house. I'm sleeping on a mattress that's against the floor, and I can hear thumping of footsteps, and I can feel vibrations. Every step that, quote-unquote, someone would take. It felt like that someone is looking for something or someone else. The thumping went on maybe around 10 or 20 minutes. I wasn't really scared, but I had no idea what the hell that or what it wants. Yesterday, I came home late after hanging out with friends. My family's preparing to sleep at that point, so they're in their rooms. That's at around 12 a.m. While brushing my teeth, I suddenly look at the darkness in the house. I didn't even turn on all the lights. I heard footsteps, and I was actually scared. I quickly called my sister, hoping that she came out for the room, and she did, but the entire time being there, I have this fear. It's not the thumping sound I heard, but the footsteps. I'll even make them when I walk past that particular flooring at the section of the house. It's not for me. I was standing there brushing my teeth, my mom's asleep, and my sister just came out after I called her. We went back to the room, I locked the door. I don't know if it helps, but for my sense of security, I guess. Just wondering what the hell I'm experiencing. My guitar started to make sounds at night. I'm from a musical family. My grandparents played music. My uncles and aunts do too. But neither of my parents did. My brothers neither. So when I picked up a guitar, the family was very happy. Felt sorry for me. I was the only one in the household who played music. Anyway, this is just a small detail I wanted to start off with. It was 8 years ago today, and my ex-girlfriend dumped me, and this really messed with my head. I guess it caught me off guard, and I didn't really know what to do to myself. She dominated and controlled my mind. Caught myself aimlessly driving around, playing the same particular set of songs, and, thinking about doing dumb stuff. Like, I was agreeing with you up until this point. Like stalking my ex-girlfriend or going to a prostitute to release some frustration. At any given moment I wanted to do it, something happened which made me stop doing it, like somebody shouting in my ear to not do it. That's what it felt like. So I didn't do any dumb things, but I did pretend to everyone I was fine. Well, I obviously wasn't. Locked myself in my room a lot and just kind of numb out a little. I'd get into trances and play my acoustic guitar in a really weird way. So for some reason, I just sat down, held my guitar right out in front of me straight up without being able to see anything. Then suddenly, I would regain my conscience, and I would suddenly be playing the guitar in this really weird way. I don't know what song I was even trying to play, but it did sound familiar. At night I would wake up, what I thought was my guitar making sounds, like these really haunting weeping sounds. I just thought it was my imagination. So this went on for a couple of months, being depressed as fuck, playing the song on repeat in my car, wanting to do dumb stuff, but every time I got into my car to actually do it, something happened which made me stop. This went on until I fell in love again and got into a new relationship. Even more time later, I had the chance of meeting a medium. So, somebody who can speak to ghosts. She started off by telling me there was a woman my age with the same hair color next to me. I didn't know any women that had died back then. I really wasn't familiar with her appearance either. Yet this ghost woman told the medium everything I'd been doing because somehow the medium knew. Music runs in the family, doesn't it? The medium asked me. She continued, "You're not alone." So I responded, "Well, in my household I am." The medium shook her head. "No, you're not. Your sister plays guitar too." I told her I don't have a sister. Well, apparently I do, according to the medium. The young woman next to me was my sister guiding me. And apparently preventing you to do stupid things, she said. She tried to warn you and make you see through a song, the medium said. So I asked her, "What song?" "The song you've had on repeat for weeks in your car. The song you tried to play on the guitar countless times." So I thought the song I was listening to was While My Guitar Gently Weeps, the love version by the Beatles. The lyrics still give me goosebumps reading it from my dead sister's perspective. Well, I'm not going to play the song, but if you do know the song, the lyrics are listed here. Heck, I'll read it. "I look at you all, see the love. See all the love there that's sleeping, while my guitar gently weeps. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. Still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone controlled you. They bought and sold you. I look at the world and I notice it's turning while my guitar gently weeps. With every mistake we must surely be learning. Still, my guitar gently weeps. I don't know how you were diverted. You were perverted to. I don't know how. You were inverted. No one alerted you. I look from the wings at the play you were staging, while my guitar gently weeps, as I'm sitting here doing nothing but aging. Still, my guitar gently weeps." So, when I got home, I asked my mom, did I have a sister? I was 21 at the time, and she never told me. Her eyes teared up. "Who told you?" Some of my experiences so far. I've always been a firm believer in the paranormal, and I've had a few experiences in my lifetime. I'm going to share some recent activity that my wife and I have been experiencing since our daughter was born last year. Back in August of this year, we were just setting off for a trip around Ireland before leaving the house, and I thought I'd close the bedroom doors downstairs. So in closing these doors, I had to open my son's baby gate and move a toy from the doorway to be able to close it. My wife saw the doors close as soon as we left the house and we started the journey. About 5 minutes into it, we forgot something at the house, so we went back. As soon as I went in, I noticed all 3 bedroom doors lying open that I had just closed. We have a light in that hallway. We've had it for years, really. It's on an Alexa plug. Alexa has a plug now. One night I got up to check on my son early in the morning. I noticed this light on and I thought nothing of it, or off it, thinking I had forgotten to turn it off. Fast forward a few weeks later, and my daughter was crying, so we picked her up and brought her into her room. After a few hours after my wife woke to a light on in the hallway, I thought it was strange, so as soon as she mentioned it to me, well, I looked and the light went off again. She also said that coming back into the room, she closed the door tight, which was now lying open. Thy done came into our room. My son, perhaps. That was last week at 6:20 a.m., and it was in the dark in the hallway. When he was lying, I heard him say, "Light on." I looked and the light was on, and then it went off and then back on again. So at this point, I took the Alexa plug out to rule this out. A couple of mornings at 6 ago, I lay in my son's room, and he was a camera. Oh boy. Sorry, not only do I feel old thinking that a kid can say light on and then his lights come on, but I'm feeling like Alexa wrote this story. What is happening? On the control panel, which was in our room, with my wife, then you press the button for the light, and the sequence for the light is off, low, medium, high, off again. My soon was like, "Daddy, lights back on," and I thought nothing off this, and I thought it was my wife. Then I saw what he was talking about. The light went from a medium light to a low light back to a medium light. So I quickly went down to the back room, and my wife was asleep, and the control panel was off. There's no way that that light can do that, as the sequence cannot be changed, and by the way, this camera is not connected to the internet, and cannot be either. It is a standalone unit. Then this morning, we're convinced the hallway light that I took off the Alexa plug was on again, then went off, and I know it wasn't on the middle of the night, as I was up till 2 a.m. with the daughter. My wife thinks whatever's happening is to do with me, as it never happened to her until we met. As I say, I have a load of other experiences I might post one day. Friend, foe, I don't know. We recently moved houses. Our new house is kind of old. It was built in the 1970s. When we first moved in 2 weeks ago, the light in our daughter's room kept getting turned on when she wasn't home. We just shrugged it off and, well, we thought, well, this house is old, maybe it's a bad wire or something like that. Well, today I cleaned her bedroom before going to work. By the time my husband got home from work, there was this thumbtacks all over our bedroom floor. I didn't even know we had thumbtacks. Also, our security camera was turned around to face the wall. Our cats have also been growling at the bedroom door since we have been keeping it closed now. My husband and I are both believers in ghosts, but he didn't think anything of the situation until today. But me, having experienced things like this my entire life, I remember being around 8 or 9 and all the drawers in my dresser flew open so fast that everything fell into the floor. Then again, when I was a teenager, my bedroom closet was always cold, and I was too scared to go into it. What are the chances that something has followed me my entire life, and is now maybe taken to my daughter? Whenever I talked to my mom about the scary stuff growing up, she told me to just ignore it and not to talk to it, like she knew. I'm growing concerned about it since I'm now pregnant with her second daughter. And they're going to be sharing a room eventually. Is it me? What? Was it my mom? Like, what do you even do in the situation? I'm fine ignoring it, but with my husband and children now in the loop, I don't know what to do. My daughter ran out of her bedroom because her pile of clothes moved. haven't mentioned anything that's been going on to her, so we wrote it off as a possible spider. But we also started thinking about really what we had when we moved that might have moved from the garage to inside the house. It's silly to think that maybe it's the grandparents that we have ashes for. They were once stored in the garage in a box and made their way inside. One of my coworkers told me to leave a Scrabble board on it, or a deck of cards out for the spirits to see if they wanted to communicate in a safe way. We've also recently captured my husband's desk chair moving on our security camera. That's while we were both at work. Still not really sure what to do. I'm too pregnant to move again, and I can't afford to break a lease. Maybe the spirits will simmer down over time. Hopefully. Second scariest experience of my life. I figured it's time to fully write out my experience before they grow too fuzzy in my mind. This one is the second scariest experience, but one of the most recent. The first scariest is very long, kind of detailed, and occurred over a couple of days. I don't have the focus at the moment, so we're going to go with number 2. It was a hot summer in Southern California, 2007. My now ex-husband, our kids, and I lived a little over an hour away from my in-laws' house. For some reason that night we stayed at their home. It was my son, my husband, and I sleeping in a small room together. His kids were at their mom's nearby. The house is a really old home in a historic district. It was a cute 3-bedroom home with no central heating or air. My ex had told me about different hauntings in the house, like a little girl and different other things. While I believe in the paranormal because of my experiences, I still believe a good majority of things are people's imaginations, dreams, or mistaken ideas on why these things happen. So I wasn't scared at all to sleep in the house. I woke up in the middle of the night because it was outrageously hot. I went into the kitchen, turned on the lights, and got a drink of water in hopes of cooling down. I normally sleep like a rock and can usually get right back to sleep when I'm woken up. No such luck that night. I drank some water in the kitchen and realized I wasn't going to be able to go back to sleep. Thought I'd watch some TV until I get sleepy. I wasn't really worried about waking anyone up because the television was on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms. The kitchen, the front room, and the living room were in a T formation, the T being the walls that separated the rooms. Bottom left section of the T was the kitchen, bottom right of the T was the front room, and the top of the T was the living room. Hope that makes sense. I began to walk out of the kitchen and into the living room toward the television. As I walked out of the kitchen to the wall connecting all 3 rooms was about 2 feet from my right side. I hear a slam as if something had been thrown or hit my side of the wall. Not like someone hit the wall, but more like a small toy was thrown hard at the wall. It wasn't a large house. There was no animals or children, other than my son for the night, and there was a doorway behind me that was really old and it was definitely closed. It was kind of broken and was easily heard when you opened it, because it didn't open easily. Either way, if something was thrown, it couldn't have come from the doorway because of the angle it would have had to gone right through me. The only direction it could have come was maybe a 45-degree angle directly in front of me from the direction of the television. There's no doors or windows in that direction and nowhere for anyone to hide. Anyways, my point is that I don't know what the hell it is or was and how it could have been made past me without me seeing it. Immediately after hearing whatever it was, hit the wall, and I felt a rush passing me. Like a wind, but more like if you could strongly feel the wind of someone running past you. It came from the direction of whatever hit the wall, toward the direction of the fireplace. The fireplace was about 4 feet to my left, and as it rushed past me, I immediately hear something hit at the fireplace. I looked, and I saw nothing. The whole thing took about 2 seconds, if that. There's no explanation for any of it. My heart jumped into my throat and I wanted to run. I don't like to acknowledge the paranormal because I believe it either gives them power or they know that they can communicate with you. So maybe they'll do more. So I just tried to pretend I'm not scared out of my wits, and I turned the lights off calmly and slowly walked back into the bedroom. As if maybe I changed my mind and I no longer wanted to watch TV. No big deal. I wanted to scream and run, but I wasn't going to give anything that satisfaction. I laid down next to my husband, and I tried to get as close to him as possible and cover myself up. Especially your toes. Remember, it's like 85 degrees in the house, so covering myself up is kind of ridiculous because it's hot. But I no longer care about that heat. I'm terrified of whatever went past me. I laid there unable to sleep for at least 2 hours. My heart was racing and I was terrified. When I told him in the morning what happened, he just laughed and said, "I told you." Needless to say, we didn't sleep there again after that. Dream or experience that make me want to completely don't want to see ghost. Background. I started to see things at around 6 years old or maybe younger. But my mom kept telling me, "Nah, you just seeing things." I'm not a brave kid when it comes to the topic of ghosts, but since my mom told me that I only see things, I ignored them to the point that I convinced myself, "See, there's nothing here." Each time I saw something, I approached that location and convinced myself ghosts aren't real. But that changes when we temporarily stay in our cousin's relative's house. The owner's already living overseas, and the house is on sale. I just barely got there. I saw an white lady for the first time. I froze in surprise, and when I was able to move, I ran off. Of course, I told them what I saw, freaking out, but they ignore me. After that, from schools, high schools and college, and our house, which was renovated at that point, I kept seeing ghosts. The feeling, to be honest, is unique. It's like you're just minding your own business, and suddenly you feel the urge to look somewhere, and then you get scared as if like a jump scare. Seeing what they look like. Story. This is around the time I graduated from college, if I'm not mistaken. I usually stay up until 12 a.m., then I go to sleep. Because I'm still scared of ghosts, I have rosemary next tree. Oops, a rosary. That night after I surf online, I go to sleep, and then suddenly I see myself lying in bed in front of me, and this white lady is standing next to the door in my room, which I usually see her there. By the way, this is a different white lady, I guess. Suddenly, without hearing any voice, piece of information suddenly going through my mind. Information. She's asking to possess my body. She wanted to talk to a guy, and my assumption of this, after everything happened, is that she commented suicide. Committed. And that guy is her lover or something of the sort, or at least it felt that way. When I woke up, unaware nor freak out of what's going on, I found the rosary I put next to me when sleeping. It was put on top of my TV, away from my bed. I picked it up and I started praying. I honestly don't remember, even when I woke up the next morning, what were the words I was talking about at that time. Of course, I totally freaked out next morning. Sure, I could consider it a dream, right, because I'm asleep. But what if it's not, and she ended up passing my body? That's the one I got really scared, and I try my best to ignore them. It's really hard at first, but now after years and years, I don't much see. I ignore them, though. There are places that I could really sense how they feel, / vibe in the place if there is one. A young woman that greeted my work crew. Back in 2018, I was a housekeeper. I still am. I was just working for a different company. We pulled up to a regular client's home and parked in our usual spot. The homeowners were extremely elderly folks. That's an important detail. I open my door, it's facing the house. My coworker opens her door, also facing the house. We kind of sit for a minute, chit-chatting before getting out when we look at the house, and a tall, blonde, long-haired young woman in a nightgown is at the now-open front door. Still behind the closed screen door, though. She kind of hollers to us that the front door is unlocked and to come on in whenever we're ready. Even her voice was youthful. We literally were all like, "Thank you, we'll be right in." And then we unload and go into the house. Didn't think much about it, except the elderly wife usually unlocks the door and lets us in, so it was a little bit different. Like maybe she had family staying over, so understandable. We get inside, greet the elderly wife, a very small woman, clean the entire house, and when we get back in the car, my team lead asked if anybody noticed something weird. We were like, "No, what do you mean?" She had asked the wife about the young woman, and this lady said no one had fit the young woman's description had been in her home. She figured it must have, maybe she forgot to unlock the door, or rather lock it, and don't know how the rest of us really didn't notice that we never really ran into this lady the whole time we were cleaning. And then we eventually realized we didn't even see her again. But the fact all four of us seen this lady and responded to her is what really made it set in that, yo, that's happened. We talked about it the entire rest of the day. I still think about it very often. In all fairness, this is very, very much an old house in a historic part of the city. So I'm sure weird things are bound to happen in areas like that. I believe you. A house I've never seen. Some background. At the time of this event, I was 20 and a firefighter for the U.S. Army. Everyone shook when I say that, but Army bases are basically walled cities, and like any other city, they require firefighters. My best friend was in my unit. He was with me for the sake of this retelling. We're going to call him Jay. Jay and I were on 48 hours on, 72 hours off schedule, and being two young idiots with more free time than safe, we developed some dumbass hobbies, the biggest of which was urban exploration. This had nothing to do with the supernatural, as neither of us had any belief in anything supernatural and simply enjoyed the exploration. Felt like being like a sort of archaeologist, except one of more recent history. The place we were stationed in the U.S. was full of abandoned buildings or even entire towns within a few hours' drive. For well over a year, we broke into and explored literally hundreds of abandoned structures, with absolutely no supernatural happenings. It grew to be all we could really think about. Sounds very fun. We spent all of our free time exploring or traveling the forums, just looking for new places to see. It was on one of those forums that I came across a post about a town, and I mean tiny town. It had an abandoned colonial-style mansion. I'm not going to say the name of the town here. I showed Jay this post, and we decided this mansion would be our next exploration. We drove 2 hours from our duty station to this little town and found a town that consisted of 3 streets, 1 gas station, and 1 county tornado shelter. That's about it. I'm talking super tiny town in the middle of the woods in the southeast United States. We went into the gas station and asked the clerk about the mansion, but she claimed to never heard of it. And I should point out at this point that the entire town just gave off a bad feeling. As a former skeptic, I realize how dumb that sounds, but I really felt it. I don't know, like threatened or oppressed. Something like that by the entire place, for no real reason. The couple people we spoke to were nice enough, and the place, while perhaps a bit southern, poor, Methville-ish, it's mean, It was far from the worst area that we've entered in search of an abandoned place to explore. The only thing I noticed odd about the town was, for as small as it was, there were like 5 churches in the town. Not super abnormal from the Bible Belt, but none of the churches bore classic Christian iconography like crosses and some such. They also had slightly odd names like Church of the Light and other slightly obscure non-denominational names. Again, not that weird. The first of the weirdness started after we checked into the hotel we had booked about 15 miles away in the nearest decent-sized city and came back after dark. Any veteran urban explorer knows how to go after dark and not use bright lights till you're inside the buildings, unless you want the locals calling the cops on you. Jay and I drove all around the town for over an hour, which is impressive considering it was woods, a few fields, and 3 streets looking for the mansion. We never found it. I would have checked Google Earth. We finally parked in the only large parking lot there, in the tornado shelter. We had a smoke and we bemoaned the fact that we wasted time on a false lead. We noticed a group of 5 people walking down the side of the road in our direction. Again, not that odd. It did get real odd when these 5 entered the circle of light created by one of the only 5 street lights in the town, all in the parking lot of this county tornado shelter I told you about. They didn't become any clearer to see. That doesn't sound scary, but picture this. It's around midnight, give or take a half hour. Someone is walking up to a lit area. While they approach, they're sort of hard to make out because you're looking at them from an illuminated area into the dark area. They'd be hard to see, night vision being what it is and, disrupted by the light you're standing in. Nothing odd about that. But when these 5 walked into the light I was parked under all 5, they didn't become illuminated. Again, it doesn't sound scary in the telling, but seeing 5 human-shaped dark patches standing directly under a streetlight where everyone, or really anyone, even someone with a dark complexion and black clothing would have been at least having some detail, was terrifying. I don't mean this was a dark person in dark clothing standing in the light. I mean this was somehow 5 person-shaped patches of pure black standing in a well-lit area not 10-15 feet from us. The light had literally no effect on them. At that point, Jay and I said, "Fuck this," and just hauled ass out of town. That was odd and would have been scary enough, but the second and final supernatural effect of my visit there were in the dreams. I'd like to again remind you, I never saw the mansion with my own eyes. Jay and I, however, spent nearly a year having the same nightmare about the quote-unquote mansion. That again, I shouldn't be able to say was there. The dream starts with me walking down a path that's in the forest. We're doing this for a few seconds before I enter a clearing and I see an old but well-kept 3-story white wood Victorian-style house with a white wood wraparound deck and large wood columns. I walk up the dirt path to 3 wood steps, up into the porch, then up the green painted double doors. I feel sick to my stomach in this place. I feel something wants me to come inside very badly, but at the same time, I'm 100% certain that I should not enter the house. I open the right double door and all I can see inside the house is pitch black. I wake up. That dream doesn't sound scary from an outsider's view, and I get it, it'll be super anticlimactic to anybody reading this, but that's because I'm recounting a real thing I lived through. Not a dope fictional story. I had that exact same nightmare, and I felt the exact same pull to a place I very much should not enter for almost exactly a year after I went to that godforsaken town. It was scary enough on its own for me, but it wasn't till a slightly drunken conversation with Jay a couple of years later that I went to visit him on our army duties, and they'd taken us to different places in the world, that he would mention something about the dreams. I asked him what he meant, and he would describe the exact same nightmare for almost the exact same amount of time I had this experience. And that, dear reader, is it. That's my super anticlimactic story about the one and only genuine supernatural experience I had nearly 10 years ago. I still have the dreams once in a while. Whatever it is in that town, I'm 100% certain that there is a mansion there, and something lives in it. Those events took place over 10 years ago. I have a different life now. I'm out of the army and far too old and busy to really deal with any urban exploration anymore. Anyone else had multiple experiences in every house they've lived in? The first I can remember was when I was around 14. I saw a girl walk past my bedroom door in the middle of the night. After that, I would regularly feel weight on my chest and legs while I was in bed. I hear my name being whispered. One time I left all of my CDs out of their cases before I went to sleep, and my mom told me that I had to tidy them up before she got home from work that next day. I left the room a mess, decided to do it after school. Got back and I was the first one home. Parents still at work. My room was spotless and all my CDs had been put away. Mom came home and was like, "Did you tidy your room?" Well, technically no, but it is tidy. The next house I lived in was a little cottage. My daughter, then about 1 year old, and still in a cot, would wake up screaming at the same time every night. And when I'd go into her room, the cupboard in there was always unlatched and open. Then one night I had a dream about a man standing in my doorway with his hand leaning up against the wall. He just stood and watched me. When I woke up, I noticed something maybe on the wall by the door. It was a huge, full handprint. It was orange or red in color. It was just me and my 1-year-old daughter living there. I put my hand onto the handprint for comparison, and it was much bigger than mine. The next house I lived in was just creepy feelings all the time. My daughter was about maybe 2 or 3 at this point. Told me regularly at bedtime that the spookies were there. She said that they would stand by her window and that they had black eyes. My power would go out all the time. There was always this feeling in the entirety of the house. It felt like I was being watched. Next house, I got up to pee in the middle of the night and I saw an old man sitting at the bottom of the stairs. Found out later that the previous owner had had a heart attack and died at the bottom of the stairs. Next house was where I had my scariest experience. My partner at the time would hear a little girl, even when my daughter wasn't in the house. Then one night, while I was alone in the house, I got up to go to the kitchen and saw I was reaching for the door handle. I heard this little girl's voice right in my ear yell, "Shh!" so loudly that I can actually feel a breath on my face. I've never been so terrified. I just bolted. In my current house, I haven't really had any experiences. I don't hear and I don't see anything. I don't feel uneasy or like I'm being watched. My sister was at the house once and she suddenly said, "There's a ghost over there." And I was like, "What the fuck?" She said it was a child's height and wasn't really able to figure it out, but it looked more like a mist or light than a figure. I couldn't see it, so I went over to the spot she was talking about. I put my hand out and it was ice cold. And as I did it, my sister went, "You've got your hand in it." My current house is built on the ground of an old school, and so a child ghost would make sense. I often wonder if it's not the homes I've lived in that have been haunted, but maybe it's me. I think it would be more, at least making more sense, that I'm the common denominator and not that every house I've lived in has had ghosts. I describe myself as an empath, and I know that I can mean, or rather that can mean that you're more sensitive to activity and everything, but I do wonder if something, or some things, have attached to me and just traveled with me from place to place or something. And that maybe as I get older, it sort of left me because I've been in my current house for maybe 9 years now. I've had little to no experiences at all. Knock on wood. They were watching me. I've had a lot of them. My first experience was at 10 years old, but they really started happening more after my son's father died in 2012. I may post more stories later, but there's one I want to share now. When my son was in kindergarten, there was one night that he was already in bed sleeping. I was in my room and I got this feeling I was being watched. Kinda let the thought go because I didn't want to become paranoid. I went on with my night. The next morning, when I went to wake up my son to go to school, as soon as he opened his eyes, he said, "Mommy, they're all watching you." I about shit my pants, but I'd act normal and unbothered. His words were definitely a confirmation that I was correct. Nothing scarier than little kids straight-facing you. My great-grandmother's last story before her death. My great-grandmother from my mother's side passed away 2 years ago. She was about 95 to 100 years old. I don't know the exact age because I never asked. 2 months before her death, she told us an incident many years ago when she was a preteen. She had a maternal aunt who was well known to her beauty, or rather for her beauty. They came from a family of zamindars, otherwise known as nobles. Ever since she turned 12, her grandfather started having nightmares of a man who told him never to let her granddaughter get married, as she will be his wife. Ever since she turned 12, her grandfather started having nightmares of a man who told him to never let her granddaughter get married, as she will... Okay. Moving on. The grandfather sought the help of an elder to know what that dream actually meant. The elder said that the man he saw in his dream was a jinn who had fallen for his granddaughter. Though he didn't really believe in jinns, he was scared for his granddaughter, and thus rejected most people who proposed to marry her. But there was one person he couldn't refuse. That was his best friend's grandson. That boy was her childhood friend, and he was quite frequent in their house. So when he proposed to her in front of the whole family, the grandpa had no choice but to accept it. She, the aunt, was 15 at the time. Everything proceeded without any problem until the night before the marriage. The bride sat in a room with her bridesmaid, including my great-grandmother, when the incident occurred. Suddenly, the bride's hair, which was tied in a traditional way, we call it a kopoa, but I don't know the exact English. It became extremely hard, and her head started hurting. No one knew what was going on except the grandfather. His worst nightmare came to reality. The air stayed like that the whole night. And some other paranormal incidents also occurred at night. That night, the grandfather saw the same man in his dream. This time, he was furious. He warned him to never make that mistake again, or consequences would be bad. Well, the next day, her heir became normal again, but the marriage was canceled. And by the way, they're spelling heir, as in heir to the throne. So I'm assuming that's what they mean. So the next day, her heir became normal again, but the marriage was canceled. The boy was no longer allowed in this house. Well, until the grandfather passed away 3 years later. After that, the boy started visiting them again, and slowly everybody forgot the grandfather's warning. Well, 5 years after the incident, the marriage happened again. Sounds like a better time to do that. This time, nothing paranormal happened. The groom was dressed in white traditional sherwani, and his face was glowing with happiness. Unfortunately, that happiness was not for long. That night, the bride was in her room talking with her friends and sisters. Suddenly, the windows and the gates of the house started shaking violently. Loud screams could be heard from outside. A terrible stench started coming from the bride's room. Everyone came out except the bride, who was crying in there. The groom realized his mistake and took permission from the father before entering the room. Suddenly, the door closed behind him, and both of them got locked inside. It took 3 to 4 hours to break the gate from the outside. What they saw shook them to their core. The room was stained with blood. The bride was missing, and the groom was lying on the floor. His head was twisted to the opposite side. His eyes were popped out, and his skin was pale. The beautiful white sherwani became stained with blood. On the chair, there was a small bag. Inside it was 1 gold coin. It was the price for the bride. The father spent day and night trying to find the girl, but they couldn't find her. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that she was gone. The bag was put into an iron chest and locked before being buried underground. They considered it as their daughter's grave. Well, 3 years later, the father saw a dream where that man told him that his daughter was alive and happy. They also had 2 children together, and the bag was a treasure which will give you 1 gold coin each time you put your hand in it. That sounds nice. Well, the father never checked if what he said was true or not, as nothing can make up for the loss of his daughter. Well, that house is nothing but an abandoned haunted house filled with ghost stories. We call it Babuder Bari, meaning Master's House. Well, it seems that the first haunted incident in that house is actually pretty close to my cousin's house that we're going to during vacations. Maybe that chest is still in there somewhere. We'll never know. I have too many comments, so I will say nothing. My grandfather's haunted adventures. Like sleeping in the haunted house in our residence called Babuder Bari alone, guarding a house that was meant to be visited by jinns all night, going to a forest where people heard children crying, and many more. Sometimes he managed to debunk the rumors, but some incidents were so paranormal they couldn't be explained by logic or science. Today I'm going to tell you one of those terrifying encounters. It happened when my mother was about 8, maybe 10 months old. Grandfather was coming back from a wedding ceremony at 11 p.m. with her in his arms. In order to reach her village, you have to cross a river. Most of the year, it has very low water levels, but during rain, it sometimes breaks the bridge. At that time, the bridge was broken. Grandfather started searching for a boat. He found one after a while, but no one else was there. Grandfather had no choice but to steer it himself. Right before he started sailing, an old lady also got into the boat, though we couldn't see her face as it was dark and she had a big cloth around her body. Anyway, Grandfather put Mom beside him and started paddling the boat. When he reached the middle of the river, the old lady asked, "Whose child is that?" Grandfather replied, "It's my daughter." "Why do you ask?" Old lady replied, "You shouldn't have come out at night with such a young child. This place isn't safe at night." "Oh, really? Well, I've been living here my whole life. Even the thugs know who I am. No need to be an afraid lady," Grandfather said. The old lady scoffed and said, "Well, your thugs should be the least of your worries. Look around you." Grandfather finally looked around the boat, and what he saw sent shivers down his spine. 2 creatures were swimming around the boat. They seemed like some sort of humanoid, but no man would be swimming in the river in the middle of the night. Grandfather quickly picked Mother up. He held the paddle and prepared to hit the things with all his might. "I wouldn't be doing that if I were you," said the old lady. "Just who are you and what are those things?" Grandfather said. "Don't be afraid it can't get on your boat, but we should leave fast." "They want that child," the old lady said. Grandfather had no choice but to listen. Mom had already started crying. and her cries excited those creatures even more. He paddled with one arm while holding Mom in the other hand, and his heart started beating fast. As when he almost reached the shore, the creatures became angry, started hitting the boat from under the water. The boat started tilting as Grandfather lost his balance. He fell into the river with Mother. Now the distance between him and the shore was the same as the distance between the creatures and him. As he started swimming as fast as he could, he heard the blood-curdling screech from his back. He was too scared to look back, so he kept swimming. Right before he reached the shore, he felt an excruciating pain in his left leg. That thing finally reached him. It seemed like all hope was lost, but suddenly they stopped. No more like they couldn't move, and then Grandfather's eyes fell into the boat. The old lady had put her hand in the water. "Run! I can't hold them for long," she screamed. Grandfather finally reached the shore. The creatures went back into the water and disappeared. So did the old lady. Grandfather was relieved it was finally over. He looked at his left leg. There was an ugly scary on his foot, which maybe is a scar. My mother was fine. But things did not end there. There was still something waiting for him up in the middle of the road. As he walked on the road, he heard the old lady's voice one last time. "Don't choose as both lead to doom." Grandfather looked back, but didn't see anything. He couldn't understand what she mentioned by that, or meaned. After crossing the river, you'll have to go uphill a bit before to find the path. Grandfather started going up with Mother in his arms. She was still shivering from cold, but he was stopped soon after reaching the top. Once more he saw something unearthly. There are two paths to get up from that river. At the end of both ways, there is two dogs standing, waiting for Grandfather to choose the path. The quote-unquote dogs weren't normal at the slightest. They were big, like the size of a calf. Their eyes were glowing red, and their face looked like a twisted human's face. Now, Grandfather had chosen which path to go. He already had a leg injury, so running was not an option. Going back to the river would be suicide. Then he remembered the old lady's last words. "Do not choose as both lead to doom." What does it mean? What should I do then? Grandfather wondered. If he stayed there, he would bleed out and his daughter might die from hypothermia. Yet she said not to choose. Then an idea came to his mind. What if he made a choice that doesn't exist? What if he climbed up without choosing either of the roads? It was a gamble, but he had no other choice. So he went up between the two roads. When he reached up, the creatures were gone. After that, Grandfather reached home with a terrible fever and infection in his leg. Mother also caught a fever. Grandfather said that he still has nightmares of that night. He sometimes wonders who that old lady was. We'll never know. As I said before, Grandfather was somebody who did not believe in ghosts. He was also a very brave man. When he was 15, a scary rumor started spreading in our village about a graveyard. It was located beside the road to neighboring villages. Some people said that on the way home they had seen a lady waving at them from deep inside the graveyard, as if she's calling out for them. At first it was taken rather lightly as a fake story made up to scare children, but slowly more and more people started seeing her in that graveyard. As time went by, the rumors became more detailed. They said the lady wears a white glowing saree, a cloth, and her body stays motionless except her arms that constantly are waving at the people. It got to the point that many people stopped using that road at night. At that time, Grandfather had gone to the city to study. When he came back, he was confused why people would believe in such a baseless rumor. So, he first visited the graveyard at dusk, to see if there was truly a ghost there. He found nothing paranormal. He soon left as the graveyard was filled with trees and bushes, and there could be snakes in them too. He confronted the villagers and said that those rumors are false. He went there himself to see it. Some people believed him, and the rumors stopped spreading. People soon started using the road again. About 13 days later, a terrifying incident occurred. It was about 9 p.m. The villagers are finished with their prayers and were coming out of the mosque. That's when they heard a scream for help. 2 people were carrying a man and running toward them. Their face was pale from fear. One of them barely managed to say the words, "The lady," before fainting. The other one seemed too scared to say anything. As far for the man they were carrying, he was dead. There was no sign of physical trauma on him. His mouth was foaming. His face was pale. Villagers were confused and scared. What did he mean by the lady? Suddenly, a chill went down their spine. These people were coming back from the nearby village. Did they see the waving lady in the graveyard? Did she kill this man? The news spread like wildfire. Grandfather soon heard the news too. He came to see what happened. And by then, one of the men had finally caught his breath. The villagers asked what had happened. He said, "Well, we were coming back from the north village when we saw this man lying on the ground beside the road. We thought he probably passed out after drinking alcohol. We went to pick him up, but we realized that man wasn't breathing. That's when our eyes fell upon something illuminating a dull light from behind the trees. We soon realized it was the waving lady. She was just standing there, waving at us. We were terrified. We picked the man and ran away. I'm sure she's the one who killed this man." This was odd. The lady had never attacked anyone. Then why now? Grandfather couldn't believe this. Then does the lady really exist? It's not possible ghosts don't exist. It's merely a fake story made to get attention. At least that's what he thought to himself. But if it was real, then that meant it was his fault. He was the one to disprove the rumor, after all. If this goes on, people would end up blaming him for the man's death. Grandfather decided to meet this lady himself. He took a torch and a bamboo stick before going toward the graveyard alone. It was already midnight when he reached the graveyard. The graveyard was illuminating from the moonlight. Sounds of bugs echoed through the trees. Grandfather slowly walked through the deep bushes in the graveyard. A dog could be heard howling from a distance. His heart was beating fast as he questioned his beliefs. Suddenly, he stopped on his track. His heart sank as he saw it. That dim light, the motionless figure and the waving hand. It was her. It was the waving lady. Should I just run away? Grandfather thought. But something's different. Wasn't she supposed to be waving at him? Why is she still waving at the road? Has she not noticed him yet? But her body seemed weird and was disfigured, almost not human. Wait, now that I look at it, that's not a lady at all. But what is that then? He said to himself as he slowly went closer to it. Are you kidding me? This is what people were afraid of? He screamed in anger. This is just a banana tree. Yes, the lady was nothing but an old banana tree. One of its leaves got stuck in spider webs when the wind was blowing and it moved it up and down. And at midnight, the moonlight fell on it, making an illusion of like a waving human from the distance. That's why he couldn't find it the last time. He went back and told the villagers about it, and the mystery about the dead man was already solved by then. That man was a gambling addict. After losing all of his money in gambling, he went to the graveyard and killed himself by drinking poison. The tree was cut down the next day, and the legend of... Why did they kill the banana tree? Well, the legend of the waving lady ended. And, well, hopefully somebody ate bananas. Never approach a crying child near a graveyard. There is a local folklore about the man-eating demons called pisach, or ghouls, in our village. It's said that they live in graveyards and eat the flesh of dead humans who didn't live a righteous life. But sometimes they take the form of a beautiful woman or a crying child to attract people at night and eat them alive. It's a pretty well-known story. Well, we've been hearing it since childhood, and I personally didn't believe it. Jinns exist, but they can't hurt humans in normal circumstances. One night I went to see a performance in a neighboring village with my friend Armand, not his real name. By the time the performance ended, it was almost midnight. We started coming back home, and on the way back, we had to cross an old graveyard. It was one of the biggest paranormal hotspots in our village. We were talking about the performance the whole time until we reached the graveyard. Both of us became silent. We had crossed this road many times, but never this late at night. Our body felt heavy as we crossed it. Every noise felt paranormal. Each step felt slower than the last. Suddenly, we heard a faint noise. We walked down the road, the sound became louder and clearer. It was the cry of a child. Of course, we just had to run into a ghoul. I felt like crying, and I looked beside me. Armand was just as scared. The most terrifying thing is the fact that we heard it means it already knows about our presence. As we slowly went closer to the sound, we saw a child about 1 or 2 years old crying beside the road. We did not approach it. We didn't even directly look at it. As we walked by it, my eyes started to tear up. Each and every cell in my body told me to run. I barely managed to keep my sanity. I would have probably passed out if I was alone. As we went past it, the crying became louder and louder, to the point I felt like my eardrum would burst. Once we were about 20 meters away from it, the crying stopped. I could not longer control my body. I ended up looking back, and I saw nothing. It was gone. There wasn't any sign of it around. I took a deep breath. My heart felt lighter. Armand looked at me. He was also relieved. But before we could say a single sentence, we heard a demonic scream. It came from the graveyard. That was the last straw. We ran as fast as we could, and I could feel my consciousness slipping away. We didn't stop running until we reached our village. There were a few people sitting beside a campfire playing cards. The moment we saw them, I became unconscious. I wake up in my grandparents' home. Armand had already woken up. He told them everything. I confirmed his claims. We saw a pisach. We really did. Some believe us, some didn't. I got an earful from my grandmother. Well, it's been 3 years since that incident. We still talk about it when I go back to the village during vacations. Still wonder what would have happened if I had been alone at that time. Maybe I wouldn't be here telling you guys this incident. But one thing is for sure. I'm never using that road at night ever again. And I would have gotten got, because I would have tried to help it. My wife and I had what we believe to be our first paranormal experience this morning. This morning at around 6:15, I got woken up to what felt like something grabbing or lightly slapping my foot. I have 3 cats, one of which, Leo, loves to attack mine and my wife's feet under the blanket. So my first thought was that it was Leo. However, when I leaned up to check, all 3 of my cats were laying next to me. 2 of them to my left, 1 to my right. Probably about 5 or so seconds later, the cat that was lying to my right jumped up like those videos of people putting cucumbers behind him. Like those. He hissed, jumped off the bed, ran to the other side of the room, and just sat there staring at the bed. Kinda creeped me out a bit. I ended up just getting ready for work and not thinking much about it. Now, either earlier today on my lunch break, I called my wife to tell her about it. She had to go to work early at 5 a.m., so she was already home. After telling her, she was pretty freaked out because she said that at about 2 or 3 in the morning, she had what she described as a lucid dream or sleep paralysis. In this dream, she saw a dark figure pacing back and forth at the edge of her bed. She said, well, it felt like she couldn't move, which is why I said sleep paralysis, but could also be from the typical frozen in fear feeling. But when she was able to move, she turned her phone flashlight and looked around but saw nothing. I somewhat recall waking up and seeing her with the light, but I'm a heavy sleeper. Didn't fully wake up. We were both pretty weirded out by the fact that we both had creepy experiences in the same morning. Not really sure what to make of it, since something of this nature has never really happened before. Just to add, my grandmother died when I was about 1 or 2, and according to my father, she was very attached to me. I remember as a kid seeing what I described as colored dust. If you close your eyes really hard and you see, like, almost colorful TV static stuff. That's what it looked like. I'd move around my room in the dark and make somewhat humanoid shapes, and I always just kind of felt like someone was always around me. It scared me sometimes as a kid, but thinking back on it nowadays, I would consider that stuff, well, I wouldn't rather consider that stuff scary anymore. Especially the colored dust. I think that was just my eyes doing weird stuff in the pitch black. I would tell my parents about it, and they would always say it was just my grandmother watching over me. But as a kid, that was quite a confusing concept to grasp, especially since I never really met her considering she died when I was so young. I thought that information would at least be useful to add. If you take your phone and you turn it on video mode, and there's not enough light, you'll notice that the retina or the eye of the lens will do its best to pick up anything, and it makes random shapes and all that stuff, and that's exactly how our eyes work. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we explore mysteries that defy explanation. Don't forget to hit subscribe. Tap the bell for updates. The haunting begins now. Are you ready? Something in my grandma's basement, causing issues. For some background, my grandma, grandpa, and I moved into a new house when I was 6. My grandpa had a stroke, and we needed a 1-story house since we could no longer climb the stairs. And this house felt perfect. I'd always been able to feel weird stuff, and my friend says I'm an empath. But I'm not as strong as she is. My dad says that he's that way too, that he's always been able to feel ghosts and such. Every other family member I have is on my mother's side. They can't feel the paranormal at all, to my knowledge. When we moved into this house, I didn't feel a thing. That is, until I went into the basement. I know this sounds like a terrible horror movie cliche, but please hear me out. I might actually need help here. I went into the basement, and it felt suffocating. I developed a fear of that basement. But being a small child, I had no idea why I was scared of it. Whenever I needed to go down there for my grandma, I would inch my way down slowly, grab what I needed, and sprint back up the stairs. My grandma always joked that I was so serious about exercising. She never felt what I felt down there. Eventually, my aunt and 11-year-old cousin moved in with us because of my aunt's divorce. She needed a place to stay until she could get back into her feet. My cousin had a lot of behavioral problems due to mental disorders and the fact that his parents just got divorced. I was 12 at that time. My cousin and I ended up playing down there a lot. I hated it in the basement. But it was a place that we could escape the adults and the drama of real life when the weather didn't really let us play outside. My aunt and cousin didn't understand why I hated the basement, so I just thought I was maybe being paranoid and buried my fears. I could never stay down there for longer than an hour straight, though. Every day I played down there, it felt more and more suffocating. As soon as my cousin and aunt moved out, I avoided that basement as much as I possibly could. When I was around 14, I told a friend of mine about it. She thought that maybe it was haunted. She gave me sage to try and cleanse it. It didn't work. I moved out at 18 into my boyfriend's dad's house. A year later, my grandma called me and asked me to house it for a week while she was on vacation. But no boyfriends allowed. I tried to do the first night by myself, but I couldn't even be in the living room for like half an hour without panicking. So my boyfriend stayed with me. going against Grandma. One night while we were watching YouTube on the Roku in the living room, we heard a loud crash from somewhere in the house. I was scared somebody had broken in, so my boyfriend grabbed a knife and surveyed the house. Nothing was out of place and all the doors were still locked. Didn't sleep much that night. Nothing else happened. When Grandma had gotten back from her trip, we left immediately. She called us later asking if we'd been in the basement. Well, I had avoided the basement my entire time, and so my boyfriend did too. She told us that her box of VHS tapes that had been sitting on the ground had been thrown and strewn about. The one place that we hadn't checked when we heard a loud crash was the basement. This thing had never, to my knowledge, physically interacted with anything before. This scared me, but nothing out of the ordinary happened according to my grandma, so since I had already moved out, I couldn't monitor the basement. A few months ago, my grandma asked me to come over and bring some stuff up from the basement for her since, her back had been bad lately. So I went down and I was looking for the thing that she wanted when suddenly it felt like my body wasn't my own. I watched myself pull out my phone and try to download a Spirit Box app with the feeling of, I want to talk to you. I snapped out of it and grabbed the things and ran out of there without a second's thought. I never felt anything like it. It had never felt like it wanted me down there. And it had definitely never wanted to communicate with me before. Honestly, I never really felt like I couldn't control my own body before. This was new, and new was scary. But I again made the excuses that it was my own curiosity that got the better of me. I developed a paranoia disorder because the thing in the basement couldn't be alone without having a panic attack in that house. Even now, after I've moved out, if I'm alone or even half an hour in my apartment by myself, I have panic attacks. I think it really messed with my mental health. But until today, I chalked it up to my mental disorder feeding my paranoia about it. My friends and I have been playing Dungeons & Dragons at my grandma's house. We've been playing in that quote-unquote back porch room, which didn't have any insulation and it's getting cold where we live. My grandma suggested we play in the basement, since it's warmer than the porch, told me to show them around. So I showed my two friends around the basement. One of these friends is an empath, the one I previously mentioned. The other is a paranormal skeptic. Since I had practically convinced myself nothing is wrong with the basement, I brought them down. The basement is in the same shape as the house, which is J-shaped. To the left of the stairs is the top of the J, and to the right is the bottom and behind is the hook. I showed them the top first, since it was more open, so more room for us. I felt the usual pressure on my chest like I was suffocating, but then both the skeptic and the empath said that they felt a pressure on their chests. I brought them over to the hook in the J away from the pressure, and it felt fine until the skeptic walked away back to the top. The empath whispered that she felt it just walk over to us. Then the skeptic came over and said that it was no longer in the top of the J, but in the hook. I had to grab some stuff while I was down there, but after I got them out of there, I got confirmation by somebody who's super aware of the paranormal and somebody who's the opposite and super skeptical about the paranormal. There's something dark in that basement. I wouldn't be writing of this if it weren't for the skeptical friend. He messaged in a group chat an hour ago that he had been having nightmares about the thing in the basement and he refuses to ever go back down there. He's thoroughly freaked out by whatever's down there, and that kind of has me worried. My previously mentioned aunt and cousin, and now additional 12-year-old cousin, are once again moving into that house temporarily until they get a new house. I'm worried about their safety. This thing is capable of throwing objects and instilling paranoia and fear and other negative emotions into people who are no longer there. It nearly possessed me into opening a spirit box, who also knows it's very territorial. So I need help. I don't want this thing to get to the point where it hurts someone. My grandpa's 81 and fragile, and she can't afford to move out. My aunt is supporting 2 kids by herself right now and is super stressed. My 12-year-old cousin is young, and her mind is vulnerable, and it doesn't help that she's fascinated by the paranormal, but to my knowledge can't sense it. Does anybody know what this thing could be, and any ways to get rid of it? My friends are scared in my grandma's basement, but I'm scared for the people that are living there. I really don't know what this is. I predicted my grandfather passing away. This all started in 2019. Remember, I used to have lots of intrusive thoughts that ended up coming true. Just some minutes after they came to my mind. There's 2 of them that I still remember clearly. My grandfather just got surgery to remove a cancerous tumor. I was helping him at work, and then I thought, what would happen if my grandpa fell? He just went through surgery. And I didn't pay much attention to it. It was a weird, intrusive thought, but then a few minutes after that, he fell. At that time, I used to have quite some intrusive thoughts that came true, but none of them were so specific. After this one, I just started being overly paranoid with whatever I thought. Now we need to go back to Christmas Eve, the day of my last, sort of premonition-like thought. We were having dinner at my dad's house, and I'd have to go to my grandpa's house to pick him up. Then I thought, what if we get there and my grandpa's dead? It'd be like the movies, he died in Christmas. This is such a bizarre thought to have, plus my grandpa was free of cancer already. I was truly weirded out by it myself. We got to his house, he was home, and he was alive. Nothing happened that day. We just took him to my dad's house and we all had dinner. Now we've come to Christmas Day. My grandpa went fishing, I'm guessing, in the morning, or finishing, one of the two. He used to do that, and it was nothing weird. Nevertheless, some hours later, my dad called me. My grandfather had died in a car accident 25th of December, 2019, Christmas Day. I was so shocked that I couldn't even react. My feelings were gone, and I just ended up being overly protective and paranoid toward my family and friends for the following year. I didn't want to think. I wanted to erase all of my thoughts. After my grandfather died, I can't recall having more intrusive thoughts that came true. I have a really good intuition still, but that's it. I have to say, most of these thoughts are always related to my grandfather, with whom I actually didn't have quite an amazing bond with. I kind of feel like I had some type of spiritual connection with my grandfather for a whole year before he died, or maybe it was all just a big coincidence. I haven't been able to talk about this with anyone until now. Only my mom and my best friend know. Hotel Ghost. Bit of background. I grew up in a very haunted house, occupied mostly by benevolent spirits. So contact with spirits isn't new to me. My faith has also led me to working lightly with spirits, so this experience wasn't startling or creepy to me. My wife and I recently took a weekend trip to Ashland, Oregon, to get away from the stress of life. We were staying in a recently renovated hotel in an area that has a history of paranormal activity. Though none has been reported at this hotel, it's a chain, so it's kind of expected. I woke up at approximately 3:30 a.m. I felt extremely warm, despite sleeping next to the AC, which was set to 62. Figured I was just dehydrated. I've been having hydration issues lately, mostly due to stress from work. I rolled onto my back to grab my water cup, and when I felt cool hair hitting my face, I knew it wasn't my wife's hair, as the shampoo has a certain scent, and how she was laying wouldn't allow her face to cover my face. Drank my water, rolled back over, fell back asleep. Next thing I know, I feel a weight behind me over the blanket and sheets. I feel tingling on my leg, which slowly moved up and down. I figured this to be my back issues acting up, and I just tried to shrug it off. Shortly after, I felt the weight on the blankets press harder. My back and stomach got cold, and I felt the hair on my back. Again, I was cuddling my wife, so her hair couldn't have been on my back. After about an hour, the weight lifted from the bed, and my body temperature balanced out again. Typically, I'd assume I'd had an episode of sleep paralysis, but I was able to move as I wished, and I didn't suffer from an auditory or visual hallucination. After the experience, and once I woke, I felt a new light in myself. My stress seemed to melt away. It was the most pleasant paranormal experience I've ever had. But I was sure to instruct the spirit not to follow me, just in case I moved my security camera to point into my house rather than outside. If the spirit didn't listen to my instructions to remain at the hotel, I'll be sure to post the videos. Returning to work at a haunted hospital. Years ago, I worked security at an old hospital. It used to be a 6-story, 2-building hospital with an extra wing for pediatrics. Not only that, it had a morgue in the basement. In 2008, they built a new hospital that was across town, and abandoned pretty much everything beside the emergency room and the short stay and rehab wing. Creepy by itself, and then add that the hospital opened in 1924. It's seen more than its fair share of patients passing. We always joked that the place was haunted, and swore that we could hear children laughing in the old pediatric wing, when a shadow would move out of the corner of your eye, or things would move when you weren't even looking. Creepy, but explainable. I always stood by these things being real experiences. I tried to reach out and tell the spirits that they, didn't need to hide around me unless I was engaged in a security matter. They seemed to listen. I typically had 2 or 3 encounters a night. I left there for a better job shortly after the hospital chose to demolish the abandoned areas, including the old morgue and hallways used to transport patients' bodies into the basement. Well, I've returned to work at what's left of the hospital. It's definitely had a heavy feeling coming back. While making rounds, I found a quiet place to reach out. I greeted any spirit who may be remaining after being displaced in the construction. So, set some rules like no touching, no following me home, and no intentional scaring and apparently I'm going to provide a willing participant for communication. So, I continued on with my shift. Half-hour later, I saw a nun in the main lobby. Not uncommon, it is a Catholic hospital, but the nun walked toward where the chapel used to be, and not where it was moved to. I followed after her to point her toward the new chapel, but she vanished around the corner. I chuckled, realized what was going on, and I drove on. A few hours later, while in the restroom in the far end of the hospital, which is quieter and cleaner, I heard a loud sigh in the stall behind me. Okay, cool. Guest found the better bathroom. Toilet flushed and the auto door to the bathroom opened. The catch? No one exited the stall. No one entered the restroom. I checked the stalls real quick and they were all empty. Nice to see I wasn't just crazy half-decade ago, and the unexplained still happens. I was transferred to the newer hospital due to my prior experience working there. So, not a lot of updated experiences as the new one is less active, but I did have a couple of encounters before being transferred sites. Most of the experiences were disembodied voices from down the hall asking if somebody was there. I got a good laugh, and the second or third time I was checking an old area and I heard, "Someone there?" Or something like, "Who's there?" Reminded me of all those ghost hunting shows, and the thought of ghost hunting for live people was amusing to me. That is cool. Of course, I had to check to make sure a homeless person hadn't broken in, or that the elevator didn't malfunction and the guest wandered into an area he might need a badge to access. but it was always empty. But no interaction when I stopped to try to communicate. Figured I stumbled onto either a residual haunt, or maybe a homeless person found a nook to hide in that I couldn't find. The one that stood out was the last day before my transfer. I was patrolling and again explained into the void that I would gladly communicate with anything throughout the night, but no touching me, no following me home, no deliberate scaring. Those are good rules even for not ghosts. No contact throughout the night, and all in all, a rather uneventful shift as far as work goes. All was going well until my supervisor ran into me toward the end of the shift looking a bit irritated. I asked what was up, and he asked why I wasn't answering my radio. I checked my radio in its holder and found that it had been turned off. Mind you, I live in a state that rains a lot, and our radio holders have covers to keep the rain off of it. This also makes it really hard to accidentally hit the buttons or turn the channel or the volume or power knobs. Come to find out, my supervisor was looking for me because I needed to replace the psych ward officer who had been injured during a fight in the ward as security and staff attempted to regain order. Could just be a coincidence, but I'm leaning more on a spiritual appreciating me trying to communicate with them was looking out for me. I saw something strange at Fremantle Prison. For some backstory, I, a 19-year-old female, used to live in Western Australia, Perth, with my mother and my stepfather. The story happened when I was year 5, so I was about 10 years old. Moving was rather difficult for me in year 4. New place, new school, new siblings. But finally away from the abuse and torture of my old home. Thankfully, after about a year, things got easier. While my mental health was still an issue, I was settling in nicely with this new school. Just a few months before my birthday, in year 5, my class and another year 5 class organized an excursion to Fremantle Prison as a history lesson, in some sense. While I was nervous because it wasn't a place I was familiar with, I had my friends to lean on if I was overwhelmed. Once we arrived on the bus, the tour guide took us through the old prison. I was honestly amazed at the history and the layout. It was truly rather interesting. Eventually, the guide took us to the second floor. We stopped on the side as the guide taught us about the safety nets in between the stairs and how it was put in place because the inmates would attempt to either kill themselves or others by pushing and jumping off the rails. As he was talking about it, I subconsciously looked to the side. Being the curious 10-year-old I was, down the halls where the cells were. For those who know about Fremantle Prison, you might also know that it's said to be haunted by inmates that died there in the past. As I looked down the hall, holding my friend's hand because I was overwhelmed by the amount of people, I noticed something. A person. I don't mean just a shadow, a whole fucking person. He was middle-aged, maybe around 45 or 50, and he was completely naked except for some white underwear and had a large wound on his head. We stared at each other for a good 10 seconds before he walked into a cell and disappeared from sight. The cell doors were shut. He just phased through the door. I was fucking horrified. I held my friend's hand tighter and shuffled, so I stood behind them. "What's wrong?" they asked. I didn't respond. Even if I wanted to, my voice just wouldn't come out. My friend stared at me for a moment before sighing. I'm guessing they assumed that I was just a little bit shaken up by the whole inmates committed suicide thing. They wrapped their arms around my shoulders, keeping me close. Now, I know my mental state back then was shitty, and I had and still do have hallucinations due to the trauma I went through. But I genuinely believe that must have been something else. My hallucinations were and never are that detailed. Anytime I see a quote-unquote person, it's usually just a shadow. And this guy looked real. Never talked about this with anyone, not even my therapist, because honestly, just thinking about it makes me paranoid. However, I needed to get it off my chest. Revisiting a past encounter. I'm 30 years old from Australia. The events began to take place about 15 years ago, or at 15 years old. So my older brother, who was 18, was dating a girl named Casey, and me, my brother, and her were alone in the house watching a movie. It was one of the first times meeting her. We had a normal night. Nothing strange happened. That's when I randomly heard a loud female scream in my mind. I was aware that it was in my mind, but had never experienced this before. It was strange. I looked around my room to my brother and his girlfriend with a worried look, and she said, "Can you hear it too?" "I just heard a girl scream. Did you hear that?" My brother said no, and she said that it was a lost spirit who died. She's scared and lost. I was a pretty normal kid. Didn't think much about, well, certainly not this deep before this. I played rugby, I hung out with friends, I did normal stuff. When she said that, it scared me a lot. She then spent the next few hours explaining that she deals with this for years, and now I've heard this voice, it would get much more intense, and apparently I'm a powerful old soul. She said that she was into witchcraft and speaking to spirits, and that she would always protect me and not to be afraid. We eventually went to sleep, and the next day I woke up remembering just, not being able to stop thinking about what happened. A week or so later, me, my brother, and Casey went to his room hanging out when she went into a seizure-like state, shaking uncontrollably. She was speaking in gibberish. My brother was very concerned, but I was very calm. She told me to put my hand on her and help her. I placed my hand on her leg and she stopped shaking and started breathing deeply, saying that she was feeling something in the room that was reacting to me being there. Not much else happened that night, but I did start to feel the presence of this entity in the room. Important to add, the room my brother was in was a garage, and it was converted into a granny flat for my grandfather who passed away in this room 2 years prior. Over the next few days, I started to feel this entity communicating with me as my grandfather. At first, it was very emotional and a nice feeling. I remember having it explain things that only my grandfather would remember about in our last time together. Over days, though, I did get a strange negative feeling from this thing. Some events that took place over the next few months are quite blurry, but I remember Casey having some events like the seizures in front of me, and she used me as a healer in a way. I never was scared for some reason, always remained calm, and she relied on me to protect her from these events. Eventually, we were on a trip with family to the beach. That's when me, my brother, and Casey decided to use a Ouija board. It was during a storm, and there was a room that was kind of underground. Had a small window that was high up and on ground level of an outside area, and a door into the room. As soon as we started the Ouija board, there was a very intense feeling in the room. Before we could even start asking questions, the doorknob on the outside of the door fell off, and we heard it fall to the ground on the other side of the door, locking us in the room in the process. My brother was panicking, and I just said, "It's okay, I'll climb through the window and let us out." I did that, and nothing else happened. We stopped the Ouija, but after that, the entity that was acting as my granddad got very dark. It began to tell me that for me to unlock my full potential, I needed to make a big sacrifice, and eventually started to tell me I needed to kill my brother. Whoa. I had nightmares of killing him and writing on the walls in blood, and had woke up feeling watched and beginning to lose my calmness, you'd think. Not long after, Casey broke up with my brother randomly and abruptly, leaving him in a deep depression. Better than you killing him. Me and my brother began drinking together a lot in his room, and we had some very intense visits from the entity while drinking. My brother told me some of the things Casey would do, such as witchcraft rituals in the room. But my brother said he never had the entity speak to him, but felt watched and felt it hated him. One night, me and my brother and his friend Paul were drinking in his room, having a fun night, and I suddenly felt the entity in the room. I saw Paul looking in that area, and I felt that he suddenly began clenching his fists and breathing like he wanted to kill someone. I immediately grabbed Paul to comfort him. He started screaming at my brother, and after a time of me calming him down, my brother said, "What happened?" He said, "I don't know, I just got this sudden urge to hurt you." That's when we explained everything that we've been going through to him. I'm skipping some other things that had happened through the next few months, but essentially, more of the same stuff was happening. Then one night we had my brother Paul and two of my brother's friends over, Frank and Kate. I had a very dark feeling about Frank all night. It was my first time meeting him. After drinking, Frank just randomly stood up and went toward a bookshelf with a box cutter. Jeez. I knew that he was being possessed as soon as he stood up, and as soon as he grabbed the knife, I bear hugged him from behind and grabbed the knife in his hand. Paul rushed over and helped me overpower him, and we held him down. He acted as if he was calm, but I still had the feeling of the entity possessing him. But no one else felt that way. We all talked about what had been happening to us, and this was a big thing for me. It's because it proved that this must be real, if 3 separate people now have all had the urge to hurt my brother without them knowing anything prior. We all went to sleep and were woken by Kate screaming. We woke up to Frank standing over her, masturbating, and we all immediately kicked Frank out of the house. Yeah. And I started to talk to this thing and said, "Who are you? I want you out of here. I'm not scared of you. You have no power over me." And it said to me, "Okay. Well, this is what they wrote. It said to me, 'I am evil. I was Hitler. I am Aleister Crowley,'" which to me didn't mean anything. Really. I told my brother that, and he said, "That's that guy Led Zeppelin liked." Cringing. From there, I researched Aleister Crowley and was having nightmares and astral projections of being in Aleister Crowley's house, looking for something and being followed by this entity. I was trying hard to get rid of the entity as it wanted people to hurt my brother, and from what I could feel, it was jealous of my brother and loved Casey and wanted to have Casey do itself. We reached out to her, but she stopped talking to us. This was about a year after the initial events. Eventually, it began to become less intense and left us alone mostly. I began to doubt it was even real, and it was maybe just my imagination as a kid. But over the next few years, I would get drunk at house parties or with friends and get taken over by it, beating myself and smashing my head into doors and walls. Happened maybe 5 times over that 2-year period from 16 to 18, but that's really all. I then began smoking weed every day and stopped drinking. For the next 3 years, they were just fun. Hopefully, people got better at picking friends. I then had a girlfriend at age 20 who was very negative to my life, making me depressed and anxious to the point of suicide. I was with her for 2 years and had nothing paranormal or strange happen. I'd forgotten about that side of me. Then I met a friend at my job that was a Christian. His mother also worked with us and was a big member of her church. She eventually invited me, and I said yeah. I remember feeling a resistance in me from this entity, but I ignored it, thinking I was just crazy. That didn't happen, and it wasn't real. I began to pray to God to get me out of this depression, and I had 2 strange events happen while praying. The first was on a hike by myself. I asked for a sign that you're watching me, and if you're real, I got attacked by about 5 birds at the exact time. Sorry. Then I was praying in the shower with my eyes closed, and I felt a negative energy and opened my eyes to see my girlfriend with her face pushed against the shower, looking like a demon. I screamed at her, and she got really upset. I then invited my girlfriend to my new Christian friend Reno's house. I was smoking weed when all of a sudden Reno's brother got agitated. He pulled a knife on his brother. My girlfriend freaked out and wanted to leave. As we were leaving, Reno's father-in-law stopped us and said to my girlfriend that she's no longer welcome in the house. She's brought dark energy into the home. She was furious, as was I. I swore at him. I got in the car with her to leave when I said, "No, I want to go talk to him. It's wrong," they said, "that they welcome everyone, and then they say that you're not welcome." things can change. So when I went inside to talk to them, the priest was there and came out of nowhere and said, "Leave, you're not welcome." Shocked me. Shocked me so much, in fact, that I felt this intense electrical shock in my whole body and I fell to the ground. I was shaking, sweating, and the priest, Reno's mother, and aunt all grabbed me and were praying and screaming, "Leave this boy, you're not welcome in his body." And I felt this entity again for the first time in years. It was screaming and burning, and I felt it being pulled out of my body into Reno's mother's hands. I was in pain and it was burning. Suddenly I had this urge to lie to them to make it stop. So I acted that I was cured, and I began crying and saying, "Thank you so much, you saved me." We talked and cried for the next 30 minutes until I convinced them to let me leave. Once I left, I disconnected from Reno and never saw them again. Crocodile tears are not good. The next 2 years, from 22 to 24, were horrible, and the worst time of my life. I became insanely suicidal. I shut off from everyone. My girlfriend cheated on me at 23, and I got worse. I broke up with her, good, and had finally attempted suicide and failed. I then was so desperate to get better, I left Canberra, where I grew up, and moved into a friend's house. Then I had the most amazing change. I stopped smoking weed, which I hadn't done since I was 18, and I met my now current wife. Congratulations. And from 24 to now 30, I've had a normal life. Got a great job, I got married, and 2 years ago I had a kid. It's been a challenge as my daughter was born with a genetic condition and she needs a kidney transplant. And I'm going to be her donor, which I'm in the process of now. But I'm still happy with my life. That's cool. Nothing paranormal happened since I moved to Sydney. However, over the last 2 months I started to feel quite drawn to it. Began questioning everything that happened back then. Realizing some events that took place cannot be explained away. Then, about a month ago, I was randomly invited to a concert by my brother and Paul. I hadn't seen Paul for the past 8 years, and right before I saw him, I was listening to a podcast, and as I'm walking into the concert, the podcast starts talking about Aleister Crowley. It made me so confused. What are the odds of that? He's kind of popular. Then, after the concert, my brother starts telling me that he's begun thinking about Casey a lot recently and feels her visiting him in his dreams. He's also married with a kid, and he hasn't thought about it, or at least those events, for years, but was always very skeptical. And it was ever really real. More like us being imaginative and drunk young teens. But he said he's been thinking about the events and felt the same as I've felt recently. That some things can't be explained away that took place. Since then, I've been drawn to the subject, and I've kind of felt this entity hanging around me. Silently kind of just watching me. Which is where I'm at now. Just beginning to revisit these periods of intense strangeness. Never really talked about this with anyone out of embarrassment, but I want to be able to talk about it to see if anybody else has been through these experiences that may be able to shine a light on it for me. I commented enough. I meant no offense, by the way. My imaginary friend I apparently had. Most of what I'm going to type is based off of things my sister and parents have told me. When I was around 7 or 8, me and my siblings lived in a not-so-nice 2-story house. It was in a really bad part of town where the crime was prevalent enough to where we didn't leave our front and backyard when we were playing. It was a white brick house, very basic, built in the 50s. My sisters are 2 years apart from me, and one older and one younger. We're pretty close. We always played together on Xbox, toys, board games. But my sister tells me that there were times when I'd be playing by myself in my room, and even sometimes around the house. Which, in and of itself, really wasn't too strange. From child to adult, I always enjoyed my alone time. The part where things take a more strange turn is apparently when I wasn't always playing alone. My sister said I'd talk about a friend, and his name was James. He was described by me as a boy around my age, wearing a sailor costume. Around my height, a bit taller. He was friendly, for the most part. The details of the behavior between he and I elude me, always have. To be honest, I hardly even remember him, if even at all. I think what I do, at least, quote-unquote, remember, is just memories of the stories I've been told about him. I don't ever really recall this imaginary friend. My older sister always told me that when I was mad at her, I'd go play with James. I'd go upstairs and shut my door and continue my play and talking as if there was someone in there with me. I always just crossed this off, as maybe this imaginary friend, of course. My whole life, even into adulthood, I've had a very active imagination. Why wouldn't it just cross off as just that? The strangest thing about this whole ordeal is that when we moved from that house, my family said that I was the last one out. I apparently stayed in the porch for a second and said goodbye to James. We drove off after about 15 minutes and I fell asleep. From then on, I've never really remembered him. If it wasn't for my sister telling me all of this, and my parents supporting it, I would have literally never thought about it. Imaginary friend encounter? Well, either way, it's a strange thing that happened, and I felt that I should tell this story here. Phantom Train. Around 1991, my twin and I were about 15. It was a bright sunny day in Apex, North Carolina in the middle of the summer. Our mother had gone to work, so we were home alone playing video games. I decided to go play with the kids across the street. All the kids in the neighborhood lives across the street and on the other side of the old RR tracks. Railroad. We've never seen, as they say, we've never seen the tracked in operation. People us to ride at versus on the tracks to reach the trailheads in the area. I loved ATVs, so I'd always look for them, especially when I crossed the tracks. This time when I crossed the tracks, I looked left and I saw one train, a car. I thought the city of Apex was coming to do a train exhibition for the kids in the neighborhood. As I continued looking, I noticed that I was slowly moving toward me. I expected somebody to be walking, but there wasn't. I turned around, I went back to the house, bursting through the door, telling my brother I see a train coming down the tracks. We both looked out the window until we saw it coming through the trees. Come again, we ran out there to meet it. There was two men inside of not a train car, not the locomotive engine, but a caboose going down the tracks at a slow speed by itself. One guy was in the front window of the yellow caboose, another guy was at the rear end holding onto a ladder looking down the side of the caboose. The guy in the front of the caboose had his hand and arm on the windowsill. Both of the guys in the caboose was wearing all light blue and white striped conductors' uniforms. Tall hat with coveralls and a white t-shirt. They both looked at us and gave us the most pleasant smile we've ever seen. They engaged with us for the entire time, moving from our right to our left, waving as this thing we waved back, and we were in complete shock. I started to pick up a rock and throw it and hit the wheel of the caboose, but I thought that they would get upset at that. Then they turned to look down the tracks and kept going. The guy in the rear of the caboose engine was no longer than the guy in the rear of the caboose engaged with us longer than the guy in the front of the caboose. The guy that rear turned around and continued to wave at us. My brother and I then ran around the neighborhood as fast as we could, to gather all the kids we could see, 2 meters of the corner store, so that we can see the caboose come back up. Never did. So we all walked down the tracks for approximately 1.5 miles, and there's no turn off in the tracks. The tracks came to an end. covered with mounds of dirt and street beam page. The tracks come, and there is no caboose to be found. It simply vanished into thin air. We've never seen the uniforms they wore back in the day until I asked my aunt what they wore years later, and she described what we saw before I told her what the guys were in that caboose. Everything we saw was completely solid, and the caboose made sound it made went down the track, and the sound of metal screeching. I found a ghost of my G4 teacher while staying at school overnight. Around 6 p.m. at Friday, I lied to my mom that I was going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. Then when I arrived at my friend's house, my friend was waiting for me in the taxi. We arrived at school at 6:30 p.m. We first went to the bathroom because me and my best friend heard a rumor about a boy playing Bloody Mary. They were found dead 13 years ago. That's where I was 1 year at that time, and since then they haunted the bathroom. We decided to stay. That was until we heard a scream. Me and my friend decided to run, then we stay at G4 classroom at building C. Then suddenly we hear my G4 teacher calling our name, and we look up and she was there smiling suddenly, and we say, "I thought you were death," she said. Or rather, she said nope suddenly. She said, "Let's learn, shall we?" Is this the same author? We said, "Oonty. We know already such multiplying decimals, adding fractions." Suddenly she disappeared at first, and we didn't care. We pack our sleeping bag and we turn on AC. We turn off the light. We only sleep for 4 hours until we heard a scream. Me and my friend woke up until we saw my math teacher again, and she was like, "Hey, why are you there?" We say it for camping until her eye turned white, and with an evil smiling, and she just chasing me and my friend. We run to outside, and when we look back, she gone. She gone. She gone. We were scared, but at the same time we were hungry. We decided to stole food in the canteen. Yeah, almost everything was locked except the stock. We go there, took 1 pack of Lay, the yellow one. We eat there. The soda, we were eating it. 2 a.m., that why, and suddenly we heard someone walking. Somehow, there was another group of friend. They were staying there, but one without a head. My friend yelled, "He didn't have a head." That person who didn't have a head burned his clothes. Too bad. He was shirtless. I give him my dinosaur clothes. We decide to walk around, and suddenly we saw a ghost. We all found coarse, something like a dead body part. I don't know if I'm right. It was our math teacher. We scream, pack our stuff. We run to exit. We look back, we see math teacher waving goodbye, and she just vanished. We went to my friend's house to sleep since his parents aren't home. We eat something healthy after this event. We swore not to stay at school overnight. You heard that. I hope everyone else eats something healthy too. My first and only paranormal experience. This must have been the summer of 2022. That's when my friend had asked me to dog sit for her. She had a nice job dog sitting for a super rich family. I had to cover her. That was because she was going out of town the next day. So I came over and she started showing me around. So I meet the dog, Hector. I don't think he liked me very much. and I also knew that I'd be staying the night, so I brought it back, which my friend said that I could take upstairs. So I went upstairs and I saw the huge master bedroom with my friend's stuff in it. I assumed I'd just take one of the many spare bedrooms down the hall. So I found a nice room, I put my stuff on the bed. After she showed me around, we just kind of chilled with the dog, so, he got to know me. But he was still being so goofy with me. Sorry for so much exposition, the story doesn't really make sense without it, but spooky stuff is happening soon. So that night, we head up to bed, which is when my friend told me that we're gonna just sleep in the same bed because no one on the others are maids, so I go into the room that had my stuff and I grab it. I've had a weird feeling this entire time at the house. I'm pretty much in touch with my surroundings, so I can sense when there's another presence. Couldn't get the pit of my stomach to go away. Nothing notable happened until the next afternoon. I'm officially alone in the house, but my mom was picking me up to go shopping around noon. So I'm running around trying to find my favorite pair of sunglasses I brought with me. So I think, maybe I should check that back spare bedroom. So I go in, look around a bit, and I walk out of the room. As I cross through the threshold, there's a clatter on the floor. My sunglasses. It was impossible for them to have fallen from anything because they were in the middle of the floor. They would have needed to be thrown or dropped by something. I'm freaking out on the inside, so I say thank you, and I bolt out of there. I'm crying outside because I've never had anything paranormal happen to me. And also, it was just so creepy. After my mom drops me back off an hour later, I decide that I need to check out the room. And at this point, the dog's glued to my side as I go upstairs. This dog starts acting weird. And when I head to the end of the hall where the spare bedroom was, the dog literally stood in the doorway and wouldn't let me pass, which is how I knew this was paranormal. I tried to inch past the dog, but it starts going crazy and barking and growling in the middle of the room. Ran downstairs, and that was basically it with the spooky stuff. Well, we were still pretty much, not really pretty much. I was really scared, but nothing else happened other than the dog waking up in the middle of the night. I think I saw the smiling man. When I was in school, I had to travel to a different town. And that meant I had to walk every morning and evening to and from the bus stop. And it wasn't a short walk. This was in the autumn when the nights had started to draw in, and I had a specific route I would take, usually back through alleys as I sort of cut the journey down from about 25 minutes to 15. But one October evening, my bus was late, so I was late to get off at the bus stop. I was walking with a friend, and we were walking our normal route. It was cold, and both of us wanted to get home. The street lights around my area aren't really always working, so we had our phones out with torches on and to light up the alleys. We'd been walking for around 5 minutes when we saw something out of the corner of our eyes to our lefts. Down toward a car park, my friend called out, and I shone my light to see if we could see anything. We'd stop and look down there for a minute, but saw nothing. So we continued walking, and again I saw something out of the corner of my eye and looked across the street to see a man barely visible in the lights from a nearby building. The man was mostly plain. I couldn't really make out any features, just that of a very wide smile that just felt uncanny. As I turned to try to make out more features, me and my friend get startled by the scraping of metal on concrete down the car park. So we ran the rest of the way to our homes. From that night, I always took the longer route, as it was down a well-lit road where more people would walk. I don't know much on the smiling man, but I can't get this guy's smile out of my mind. And this was years ago now. So I lost my mom to cancer recently, then had the wildest dream about her and her family dog. I'm not sure what it means. Any ideas? Let's find out. So my mom had been battling cancer for a long time now. About 15 years ago, she found out she had it. She chose not to get treatment for it because she was afraid that if she did, it would kill her. Fair. And Bailey, otherwise known as my little brother, he was a little ditch puppy, as I call him. I found on my way home from school one day when I was 16. Hold on. Okay. What? Bailey, otherwise known as my little brother, he was a little ditch puppy, as I call him, that I found on my way. Okay, so you're calling your dog your brother. You're being confusing, but that's fine. My problem, I think. So, I call out to him that I found him on my way home from school one day when I was 16 until I took him home to my mother, and that was her Christmas present that year. We had him for 17 years before he died. Wow, that's good. My mother loved that dog with every breath she had, and she even had him cremated so I could bury him. I'm pretty positive that she would have donated me to science, or at least that's what I tell her. And she died on November 13th of 2024, but this is who this dream is about in these two. Now, it wasn't a bad dream, and I only remember part of it, which is the weird part. But I like to remember Mom's body being on a couch, like laying down, but it was in a weird state of decay, sort of. And then, like out of nowhere, Bailey, also in a weird state of decay, comes running from across the house, just screaming, like squealing, kind of like a dog that's not seen its owner in years. You know what I mean. He's just crying so loud that he's stupid excited and stuff, and just starts squealing and running around her body. And then, like, when he was doing it, she kind of slowly started to come out of her slumber too. And then they were just, like, happy there together, squealing for a minute, and then they slowly both stopped moving again. But together this time. It was almost as if they died together this time. It was very disturbing, but very, very, very beautiful thing to see. You know, it was weird, but also made me super happy that I got to witness such a beautiful moment. The most disturbing part was the state of decay in which both of their bodies were in. LOL. I feel like it means something, but I'm not quite sure what it would be. Anyways, any ideas? I don't have any ideas, but it is strangely touching. Strange experiences with a mysterious force controlling my life. I need to get this off my chest. Since elementary school, I've noticed patterns in my luck. I could predict when I'd get good grades, like during the designated good grade semester. Minimal effort would yield high scores, but in semesters marked for poor performance, no amount of effort would improve my grades. Or when my dad would lose his temper. Back then, I used to picturing someone sitting at a control panel flipping a luck switch repeatedly that affected my childhood life. I often find myself shouting into thin air furiously, demanding answers. What do you want? I'm not your puppet. When will you leave me alone? It feels like my entire life is a script written by this force, and I'm just an actor with no real control. When I do things it permits, in quotes, everything goes smoothly. When I go against its will, I face obstacles and prepare to face punishment to prevent me from doing it again. Here's a recent example. Last year, I had a severe cold and went to the clinic. Everything was fine until exactly my turn to see the doctor. Suddenly, the computers lost power despite that level still having electricity. So, I had to wait a bit longer. And this wasn't an isolated incident. Similar technical issues have happened multiple times when I've tried to see doctors. I can see that it doesn't like me seeing doctors. Another time was the print machine broke down. Once is bad luck, but a series of coincidences that's possibly multiplying, that's deliberate. The hospital incidents are just one small part of this. If I were to create a Venn diagram of all the strange coincidences and manipulations I've experienced, it would be incredibly complex. I guess the hospital incident is a still going thread, so there are so much to share. As a child in elementary and junior high school, I simply observed and followed these patterns. Later, I tried to actively manipulate them to achieve desired outcomes, though it remained challenging. If I knew you, I would have a conversation with you, but I have no comment. Black dog-like creature vanished into thin air. Last night, my wife and I went on our usual walk with our dogs in the city of Zagreb, Croatia. About 500 meters from our house, there's a small grove and a gravel path that we walk along. Beside the gravel path runs a stream, and there we occasionally see young deer and foxes, rarely squirrels, and very, very rarely a stag or maybe a wild rabbit. So, last night, we're walking along this path when about 50 steps ahead of us, we saw an animal. A quote-unquote animal that was completely black and about the size of a slightly larger dog like a Labrador. Normally, when our dogs see or scent another dog, they run ahead to greet it, wagging their tails happily. We have 2 poodles. But this time, both dogs froze as if rooted to the spot with their tails down, and one of them let out a loud growl. The black animal we noticed turned its head toward us, clearly saw us, then ran across the gravel path to the fence of a nearby yard. At that moment, it dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a black mist that lingered for only 2 or 3 seconds when the other animal had been. There was no trace or sound of it after that. When we saw this, my wife and I immediately turned on our heels and started walking back. We hadn't gone more than 100 meters when another strange thing happened. We were standing under a streetlight, watching our dog sniff at something in the grass, when suddenly the entire grove plunged into complete darkness. It was as though something like enormous was standing between us and the grove. This lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before the grove lit normally again. The entire time we're standing under the streetlight, which remained on and working normally. Honestly, we've never experienced anything like this before. Anybody have any idea on what we might have seen? Not sure what to make of this. For some context, I lived in an old house, and I assume that my great-grandmother and many other people have died in it as the house goes back to the 40s. It's not too old. Me and my friend would go out at night because we liked the feeling of fear, but this time it was different. We went outside and around the side of the house over a driveway-sized gate, lengthwise. It was stuck, so we had to hop it. It was normal for a bit, and we didn't even go past the driveway because at the end there was a garden. Everything around it was dead, but this one tree had a small, sort of fairy-sized noose hanging from it. It was leafless, but it wasn't rotten. It had strong bark and branches. It was summer. But we ended up seeing a figure in the back behind the tree. It was gray and blurry, but we both saw it, and we were able to explain what the other was seeing. We weren't sleep-deprived in any way, and we saw it get closer, and stopping at the tree, we saw another, a black figure, though. I don't mean, like, ethnicity, like, fully black. We believed that the white one was my grandfather, and the black one was his dad, because we explained each other's relatives spot on without even seeing them. Example. Or, rather, the example I explained is dad perfectly. He was able to explain my grandfather. Something began to feel off as they got closer. Then we saw what I assumed was a fox or something run across the path between us already on edge. We just booked it on out of there. We haven't seen much like it since. At least not in that spot. Even at night. What was it? Anybody know? I sadly don't have any photos of this as it was around 2022. Something knocking on our bedroom door all night, waking us up with a "hey" in the morning. This happened just a few nights ago. I waited a few more nights before I decided to post, to see if this was something reoccurring, explainable. Hasn't happened since, so I feel it's appropriate to post. My fiancé and I were going to bed at around 10 or 11 p.m. Our bedroom was in the basement, and our roommates live upstairs. His schedule is the opposite of ours, so we've become accustomed to him knocking on our door later in the night if he needs anything. Fiancé and I were having our final conversation before, just drifting off. That's when we heard a familiar knock at the door. "Come in," I said, because we're all pretty close and he knows that he's welcome. But no one steps through the door, so I say again, "Come in." Still nothing. So we call his name. When he doesn't come in the door, I get up and I open it. There's no one there. Huh. I sat and I joked briefly about how it's, the ghost. Long story short, we've had other weird experiences, as people often do with old houses, but nothing as weird as what happened this night. Then we go to bed. Fiancé falls asleep and I start to drift off. As I'm falling asleep, another knock. This doesn't wake up fiancé, so I don't say anything and instead get up and decide to investigate the basement a little. Maybe the cat is being a brat or something settling. I note that the knocking sounded similar in tempo to the first time it happened, so I wondered if it was some pipes in the walls adjusting to the winter temperature. I figure, it must be that, but I couldn't help the feeling that the noise was very obviously knocking against our door. We're very used to the sound, as our roommate very often approaches us that way. I also know what creaking pipes sound like. This was not that, nor had the pipes ever adjusted that way in previous winters. Well, whatever. It's annoying, but no big deal. I go back to bed, and I actually fall asleep this time. About 30 minutes later, the knocking starts again. It could be something settling in the house, but it so obviously sounds like knuckles on wood of her door. The pattern, the tempo, and the hollow sound of her door. And it is happening at our door. It's not the walls or in the ceiling. We have our laundry room, a room away from our bedroom, but our door's so thick that we never hear anything happening over there. It is decidedly weird, but I'm tired and I have to work in the morning, so I try my best to ignore it. Every 30 minutes to an hour, the knocking comes back, and with each reoccurrence, the knock pattern changes. It's deliberate. Knock, knock, fast. Knock, 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 knock. There was even a shave and a haircut one. Each time, I'm trying to ignore it and fall back asleep, only to be jostled awake again. I had lost track, but I assume it was early morning when I was shot awake by a knock followed by a male voice saying, "Hey." Also, this had to have been a roommate. I got up and once again opened the door to find no one. Well, maybe he was messing with us. He does have a weird sense of humor. I begrudgingly put on some clothes, I go to walk around upstairs, and I find him. Turns out he's still at work. The house is pitch black, and I'm starting to freak out. I go to the front door, and I see someone's knocking there, and there's no one. And of course, if there was someone trying to get in all night, the dog would have been freaking the fuck out, but I really had no other explanation. So I make myself go back to bed. Maybe the pipes aren't only shifting to sounds like knocking on wood, but also creaking to sound like a man calling out. The night goes on, and though the knocking continues, I finally get used to it and actually get some hours of sleep. Until around 7 a.m. when my fiancé and I leap out of bed to another obvious "hey" from outside the room. One last time I open the door to find no one. I confirm with her that yes, she woke up because of the "hey," and I explain to her that I've been dealing with the knocking all night too. Roommate doesn't come home until hours later that day, and I ask him if they tried to talk to us the previous night. He confirms that he never came home. He actually was staying at a friend's house. I tell him what happened, and he's as stumped as we are. Like I said at the top, we waited the following nights to see if there would be any more weird house sounds, and even as things have warmed up and cooled down again, there have been no more weird noises to suggest pipes or any other old house noises. In general, we're fans of paranormal activity stuff, but I always err on skepticism. This was probably the weirdest thing to happen to us at this house. I still don't know what it could have been, if not some genuine high strangeness. And throughout tonight's stories, there have been several highlights of strangeness. Which one was the most strange to you? Because I know which one was the most strange to me. See ya. This is Paranormal M, your home for stories that send shivers down your spine. Subscribe and turn on notifications to catch every chilling episode. Enter, if you dare, Static Man, my main paranormal experience. When I was growing up and still young enough to go with my parents, or rather to their room when I was scared in the middle of the night, I'd sometimes wake up at who knows what time feeling dread, just wanting to go to my parents' room to feel safe. To give a bit of an image of how the rooms are set up, the hallway is a bit of an L shape. My room being at the end of the smaller side, with my parents being at the end of the longer one, with a few rooms off to the side. As I would leave my room, turning around the corner, I'd get halfway down the hallway on the long part. I'd always feel the need to look behind me, and when I would, I'd see this long human-like figure. It almost went to the ceiling. It was made out of see-through static. Kind of like the stuff you see when you rub your eyes too hard, but still kind of see-through. It'd be slowly coming closer to me. Not physically making any movements, just slowly getting closer and closer. And when I'd see it, I would just be hella scared, and all I knew was, that thing isn't good, don't let it near me. So I'd book it the rest of the way to my parents' room, turning around, and it'd be gone. The weird thing is that if it was a one-time thing, I could just think, it's just my kid brain being goofy, or something. But I remember it happening, time after time. Not back-to-back days, but definitely happened a few times, and was the exact same situation each time. It's kind of unfortunate that this is the main thing I can remember from my childhood, with my memory being crap. But it does make for a pretty cool story, for when at least having somebody to talk about paranormal stuff with is cool with them. Although I am curious on what other people may think. I saw a shadowy figure when I was a kid, and I remember it vividly. So when I was a kid, I don't know what the year it was, but I was really into Scooby-Doo. So that phase was probably around 2009 to 2010. I visited my aunt and her kids, and I believe either that some family that really wasn't very close to us. Either way, we drove there and spent a few days hanging out. I remember they made me a Scooby-Doo bed and had a small chest of Scooby-Doo toys and stuffed animals. I was watching an old episode, I think of the Super Mario Super Show. Nice. There's an extra episode of the old show Dino Squad, too. I had fallen asleep, and I woke up wanting to get a cup of milk. I remember I had recently learned how to do it by myself, so I was confident I didn't need anyone. I remember walking through the hallway, which at night felt very long, and when I made it to the living room, the kitchen light was dim, and I remember it not being as bright as I thought it was. As I walked to the kitchen, I saw movement toward the front door, and it was being illuminated by the dim kitchen light. Keep in mind, no other light was on in the house. I looked over to see an 8-foot-tall shadow figure who appeared to be male. He had a big head of curly hair and a long nose, long enough to see well with his large shadow. As I looked at him, he smiled, and his shadow disappeared into the air vent. Yeah, his shadow went straight into the vent, not over it. I just freaked out, ran back to my room, where I woke up my grandma, who was my guardian at the time, and she told me to go to bed. I later learned the house was built next to an old ancient native burial ground. It was an odd figure to really think about native people, but I don't know. It was strange. I've never forgotten that night. It's one of the few memories I swear I can remember, just like it just happened. Glimpse into an alternate timeline. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but I had such a weird experience last night, and I'd like to know if anybody knows why this happened or if I'm just losing my mind. I was just doing my nails, and suddenly the thought of this house that my husband and I almost rented 6 years ago popped into my head. It got stuck in my head like a song would. So weird. I had a quick, what I guess I'll call a vision. I could briefly see the house with our things inside of it. I could feel love and some sadness. Maybe saw an empty crib. It's been slowly fading like a dream would, but it certainly wasn't a dream. I was able to look back at my Facebook messages from 2018 with that landlord, and it was almost exactly 6 years ago to the day that we toured that house. So strange. I've never had anything like that happen before. My husband and I do have a son now. They have a terminal genetic condition, and we have no idea why we were both carriers, but maybe in an alternate timeline we lost a baby before it was born or shortly after. Has anybody else ever had something like this happen, or am I having some sort of mental episode? Never had anything like this before. I wouldn't even say I'm a believer in alternate universes or timelines. I wasn't completely immersed in a different place like I've read others experience. It was more of a fleeting, but it was also all-consuming. Ghost/nightmare story. This happened in my early 20s, and to this day I can't fully explain it. It started with a disturbing dream my mom had the night before. Her boyfriend at the time, who worked as a security guard at a local hospital, they shared what happened the next morning. It left us both shaken. He told me that around 3 or 4 a.m. he was up early, getting ready for work. He was sipping his coffee and half watching random shows on TV when he began to hear whispering. At first it was faint but distinctly aggressive, almost like it was right outside the front door of the apartment. Confused by the timing and the tone, he got up to check. But as he approached the door, the sound stopped. Thinking it was nothing, he went back to his coffee and TV. Then it happened again. This time the whispering was louder and clearer. It was unmistakably coming from right outside the front door. Feeling a mix of curiosity and irritation, he moved quickly to open the door and look around, but again there was nothing. No one in sight and no sounds. He shrugged it off as odd, but not impossible, until it happened a third time. Only this time there was no whispering. Instead he heard a deep, guttural man's voice almost yelling, and it was coming from my mother's room. Panicked, he ran to her room, swung the door open. My mom was laying in bed, speaking in a man's voice that he couldn't recognize. The words were kind of garbled and unintelligible, but the tone was dark and commanding. He flipped on the light, shouting at her to wake up. She eventually did, shaken and confused. She told him she'd been having a nightmare about a shadowy figure trying to force itself on her. She described the figure as something dark and menacing, unlike anything she'd ever dreamt before. As her boyfriend was telling me this next day, they're both sitting in the apartment kitchen. He was just reaching the part about the yelling when suddenly the lights in the kitchen went out, except for one. Timing was too perfect to dismiss. Both of us froze, adrenaline spiking. Without even saying much, we grabbed our things and left the apartment in a hurry. When we came back later, everything was normal. All the lights were working fine, and nothing else strange happened after that. To this day, I can't help but wonder what exactly was going on that night. I get chills retelling this one to this day. An unnerving feeling. It was so strange he had promised my mom not to tell me about it. Glad he did, but just leaves me with questions. UFO story. The last unexplainable thing that happened to me, before the ghost story I shared earlier, I was around maybe 19. One night around 10 p.m., my stepfather called to tell me that our childhood dog had run away from his town, or rather townhouse on the other side of town. He asked if I could help search for the dog. I agreed. When we got to his place, we came up with a plan of attack. For some reason, I decided to check near an old high school. It was about 1.5 miles from his townhouse. While it seemed unlikely the dog could have made it that far, something just told me to go. I turned onto the service road that led to the 2 entrances of the school. The road ended in a dead end, so I made a U-turn to head back. As I drove, I glanced up at the stars. That's when I noticed something unusual. A star that was shining far brighter than the rest. I did a double take and almost instinctively I said out loud, "What the fuck is that?" The moment the word left, the star seemed to react. It hit what I can only describe as a warp drive and shot off into a straight line, disappearing completely from view. It wasn't a shooting star. I know what those look like. Shooting stars don't sit still before launching off like that. What stuck with me the most was the trail it left behind. Hard to describe, but along the short path it took looked like a ring, almost like ones around Saturn. The ring was small, forming from the point of where it was sitting and ending where it seemingly ceased to exist. The ring quickly faded into glowing embers, like the kind you'd see rising from a campfire. I'd stopped my car and was just standing there feeling the adrenaline fade, asking myself, what the fuck was that? Why did it seemingly react to me doing a double take? Why don't I have a dash camera? Still standing outside my car, frozen in disbelief, my phone rang. It was my stepfather asking where I was. I told him I was on my way back to help with the search, still reeling from what I'd just seen. We eventually found the dog, he was just a neighborhood over. But that night when I saw it in the sky, I'll never forget. Because of the shape of the planet, unless you're a flat earth person, that was probably a satellite. That straight line that you're seeing is, well, it's it coming through the atmosphere, and it just looks like a straight line. That's what I think that was. This summer I encountered what I'd call a land spirit. So I started working for this guy who was 100 years old and functions better than most. He went to his ranch every day and he worked the earth. He was slipping, so he hired me to help keep up the place. I immediately felt a spirit when I arrived. It wasn't inviting, but not malevolent. I took to it for its fading life force at first. It made sense to me as he resented his failing health and didn't want me there babysitting him. However, as I got to know the land better, I began to feel more than his energy. I felt a braiding network that connected him to the land. His thrived only because his constant dedication to this place. I began feeling connected to the earth. I felt its yearning to be worked. The harder I worked for it, the better my days went, the more incredible secrets I uncovered. Then came the day I fully encountered the spirit in its whole force. I was having a break playing around on the ATVs. I crossed a bridge into the very back of the property and I started making figure eights and loops. Driving felt comfortable. I felt very in control. I heard a voice. It told me to slow down, even though I wasn't going very fast. So I did, but I soon became annoyed and I was enjoying the fun. I began driving a little faster, doing circles, and I heard the voice again. It said, "Slow down, stop." And this time I decided I wouldn't listen. Almost immediately hit a slick spot and sent my ATV on a crash course into a ditch with me under it. I panicked. But something else was in control. It wasn't in control fully. It gently put their hands over mine, turned the wheel, and revved the engine. It jumped me back into the bridge, then stopped me perfectly when I was absolutely safe. I sat there for a moment, cementing me to the earth. It was like all the false disconnection fell away, and I could see the spirit of the land mingling with my spirit. All the energy that had once touched this place was magnificent. The land was once a lake, full of life that still laid in its skin, the soil. I thanked it profusely for saving me and showing me the connection. After that, the spirit got very pushy, like it knew I believed in it now, and it could demand what it wanted out of me, which was very intense. I'd be doing something over here, trimming a tree or pulling this weed, and the ground would shift and I'd move to another spot. It wasn't always easy to understand what it wanted, and my boss didn't always agree with what I was choosing to do, which was okay, because the protection became very strong, as the 100-year-old man was always scheming to make things easier, and thus putting me in danger. More than once I felt the land move me out of the line of fire. I'm practicing surrendering to the flow. It's hard for me because I'm a skeptic. If I can't feel it, see it, hear it, then it's not real. And normally I'd never interact with these things because, well, I know the rule. Don't give the spooky your attention, unless you want them to fuck with you. But this was different. This was not a specter as much as it was like the remains of a vibrant ecosystem that laid there for millennia. I think that's why it wanted to be worked and used and toiled upon. I think ghosts are often bored, and so they fuck with you for entertainment. I think this spirit was bored in a different way. Wondering if something similar has happened to anyone else, or if anybody knows how this could have happened. Today I prepped a load of laundry. I have a front-loading machine with a physical button that you have to press in to turn the machine on. Then you have to press it again to release it when you want to turn the machine off. It's a mechanical button that doesn't have any apparent way of being affected in any other way than through physical manipulation. If power is interrupted to the machine mid-use, the machine would be turned off, but the button would still be on the on position. I put the load of laundry in the machine, started the cycle, and I just went about my business. The cycle lasts 45 minutes. After that time passed, I went to put my clothes in the dryer. That's when I noticed the machine was off. At first, I thought that the fuse blew, but when I examined the machine, I noticed that the button was in the off position. I pressed it to turn the machine on, and the machine displayed 38 minutes left in the cycle, which is normal if the machine is accidentally turned off mid-cycle. It will remember how much time is left and finish the cycle normally. If power to the machine is cut, then the machine will not be in the middle of the cycle when power is restored, and you'll have to select your cycle and start it all over. I was nowhere near the machine the time displayed remaining in the cycle. I finished my cycle, took my clothes out, and then I tried playing with the button to see if the mechanism was loose, even going so far as to shake the machine somewhat violently to see if it would switch off due to a vibration. It seemed like I couldn't affect this button other than by physically pressing it in the intended manner. I then thought maybe somebody was in the condo with me. Looked in my closets, under my bed, and obviously didn't find anyone. I live alone, and no one ever comes to my condo. Plus, I was home all day and my door's locked. To get to my unit, you would have to use a key fob at 3 different points in the building. So it's unlikely that somebody came in, bypassed all security, got through my locked door, turned my laundry off, and left without me noticing. My condo is also 450 square feet, so I don't know how I would have missed that. My mind then went to supernatural, because I ran out of logical options to explain how this happened. I wanted to get some opinions from you guys. I know it's a super mundane and trivial thing, but I can't wrap my mind around how that damned button was in the off position. Did another load after the first one, and there was no issue. That sort of ghost messes with laundry. Has anybody here had things turn off or on in the way that can't be explained? Love to hear some other stories, and then potentially what you did to deal with it. I'm ignorant of what country you're from, but I will tell you. All new washing machines have computer chips. Anything with a computer chip has resistors. If you're living somewhere without a ground or a common ground, all of that stuff begins to wear, and it might take on a life of its own, although it might not be spiritual in nature. My most recent encounter. My house is on an island where the War of 1812 took place, and the locals said that there are few battles were fought around the subdivision that I live in. The house is a decent size for me, my spouse, and our golden retriever. The house has wooden floors. We've a tradition of changing the orientation of our living room, and this year was the same. When we were changing the orientation, we found some old toys and balls that our dog maybe must have gotten into the weird spots, and like every dog, our dog also loves playing with them, but hates playing fetch. Weird. So we got them out for her, and she would play with them during the day and leave them out. She, being the dog, they know that I hate toys in the bedroom, so she never brings it in there. Now it's been about 2 weeks since she's had her balls, but last night I got woken up by a noise. It sounded like somebody dropping a ball on the floor. Picked them up and started bouncing off the floor. The thing is, when and if you drop a ball, it bounces and, well, the frequency starts slowing down. I think it's the opposite. Because it'll start with a higher bounce and then it would get more frequent until it stopped. But now I'm being pedantic and tripping over myself. But this noise was like if somebody had a tennis racket and was bouncing the ball off the floor, and it was constantly bouncing. Thought that my partner would have woken up early and was playing with the dog, but I heard my partner sleeping, and then I saw that my dog was also asleep next to my bed. The noise is still there. So I decided to turn the light in the kitchen from the phone, and the moment I turned the lights, the noise stopped. It was like somebody holding the ball, and then the ball dropped. Went outside in the kitchen to see what was going on, and I see nothing but a single ball in the sight. No one else either. I then checked all the doors and windows to see if anybody could have broken in. I set the alarm before we went to sleep, and if somebody opens a door or window, it would have sounded like, well, the whole alarm in the house. I didn't think of it anymore as I was tired, and I went back to sleep. The next morning while drinking coffee, I went around to check where all the balls were. I couldn't find any in the whole house. Checked all the corners, under all the furniture, and even the garage. Not a single ball to be found. I moved to this town about 7 years ago, and all my previous experiences were at my business. This was the first time at the house. Are we safe? A few days ago, before going to sleep, I started having strange images in my mind. I saw a man with a goat's head, and at first I didn't pay much attention to it because this wasn't entirely unusual for me. Oh yeah? Sometimes I have intrusive thoughts, gory images, or visions that I don't know where they really come from, but I've always been able to ignore them. Yesterday I decided to do something different. My boyfriend and I went on a hike to look for some waterfalls near our city. It was a complicated trip because we relied on public transportation. But we finally got there. However, what we found wasn't what we expected to find. The online reviews described the route as easy, family-friendly, and well-marked. What we found was a steep slope and a trail that made us doubt from the very beginning. Both of us felt something strange, as if the atmosphere was heavy. We got goosebumps as we entered, and a bad feeling made us turn back and go down to a nearby village. We asked the locals, and they confirmed that it was indeed the correct route, and that we'd reach the waterfalls in just 20 minutes. After traveling so far, we decided to give it another try. The hike started off well. There were other people on the trail, which reassured us. However, the further we went, the steeper the slope became. We weren't wearing proper footwear, so we decided to stop to eat and think about whether it would be wise to continue or not. While we were eating, we saw a couple who also didn't seem very prepared. They decided to keep going. We stayed where we were and noticed something at the top of the trail. A goat. At first, we weren't too alarmed. It was a natural area with wild animals. But something was strange. The goat stood still, staring directly at us. The most unsettling part was that the couple walking past it didn't seem to notice it at all. It was as if only we could see it. We were undecided. We didn't want to risk a fall, especially since there was no phone signal. And then it happened. The goat stood up on two legs, as we clearly saw that it had a human torso. We panicked. We decided to go back down, but as we did, the goat started to follow us. It didn't move like a normal animal. It crawled on all fours in an unnatural way. I thought it was standing. Its body was human-like but very hairy, and its goat head never stopped staring at us, and no matter how it moved. At one point, my boyfriend could feel it right behind us. But when I looked ahead, the creature was standing in front of us, completely upright with its naked human torso. I thought we were going to, or rather didn't think we were going to make it out alive. We ran as fast as we could, feeling it chase us up until it reached the village. That's when we finally stopped seeing it. My boyfriend said that he saw it running after us the whole way down, but the moment it stood upright before us, only I saw it. When we got home, we burned incense to purify the space and calm our nerves. Nothing else has happened since then, but I can't stop thinking about what we saw. I've had paranormal experiences before. Witchcraft was something very common in my family, which is leading me to investigate further. I'm a person of science, but my experiences tell me there's much we don't understand. Please tell me what I saw. I was working backstage in my school auditorium. This place is known as haunted for a long time. This was after the stage play was done. The setup of the stage is important in the story. So there's a big wall and it had a makeshift door middle of the stage, good 8 feet from the back of the stage. Behind it made a makeshift hallway for actors to run between sides of the stage as there was no other way to get to the stage. The only door off the stage was on the right side of the stage and it led to the school hallway. This is how I normally got in and out. So I was cleaning up after the show, on the left side of the stage. I was being stupid and on stage by myself. The only light was from the audience area, so the stage was actually decently dark. The makeshift hallway was completely dark other than a blue light at the end of it. So I was walking from the left side of the stage to the right to leave. I was in the makeshift hallway. I look up to see where some ladders were laying against the back wall of the stage. The blue light normally would let a small shine reflection show over them, but this time I saw darkness. It was a human figure, and that's when I called out. "Anyone there?" Biggest mistake of my life. I realized this figure was 9 feet tall, and that was not normal. The figure turned toward us. It was an outline of a dark abyss, but like an outline of a human too. And this is what throws me off. As I've seen shadowy abyss people before, once before when this happened. When the big figure ghost thing turned toward me, I could feel its shock, like it didn't expect me to be there. It felt like it was going to be sneaking up on someone else with bad intentions, but I showed up, surprised it, and ruined it. I then nearly screamed and ran off the stage via the makeshift door in the makeshift hallway. I ran outside that door and got off the stage into the audience area. That's where there were lights, and I never saw this figure again. I was very uneased. Haunting for years, and I've walked away from every material possession that I had. I don't know what to do. Since 2021, there had been numerous inexplicable happenings. My sister-in-law passed away in her living room at 47, unexpectedly. And, quote-unquote, it got significantly more frequent. Since then, 2021, our lives have changed in many ways, fallen apart really. My mental health has collapsed, my career has collapsed, my living situation is quite literally verging on homelessness. I'm living with a family member. Well, that's good. My niece, that was more of a sister because of our 4-year age difference, passed away in her home at 31, September of 2023. And my best friend, my only friend, died in September of 2024. And my half-brother passed in October. Any semblance of a personal relationship is non-existent, really. Weird shit happens to us constantly. I walked away from pretty much everything but a few suits of clothes and my kids. That's because I convinced myself something in my possession was causing the haunting. Everything was quiet for a while. I got bored and I was driving around the sleepy little town and decided to look for this really old park that I'd heard about. Not even sure why, because I was told it had dark energy tied to it. Found it, but didn't get out, as I've always been interested in the supernatural genre, so I tried to convince myself that all of this was just a figment of my imagination, and everybody else's. But it only intensified and became more blatantly obvious. I don't know what to do. I'm not sure if it was a dream or paranormal encounter, but I was really scared. I live in my childhood home with my family, and it's haunted. My dad shot himself here when I was 13. We moved out and my uncle moved in, and his girlfriend overdosed and died in the bathroom. Jeez. My mom rented the house out of about 15 years to different family members and friends. And numerous people have weird stories of seeing ghosts or just odd things happening. My family moved in 2015, and all 5 kids and my husband have told me tons of stories of paranormal encounters. But I don't typically experience much myself. I've had lots of weird things happen, but can usually come up with some sort of reason. Yesterday, my husband went to a group meeting and I was here alone with the dog. We heard weird noises coming from the basement. We were freaked out. It sounded like somebody, slamming the downstairs bedroom door over and over. Happened about 6 different times. I was too scared to go down and to look around. Later, I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. I woke up and I could feel someone staring at me. Couldn't open my eyes all the way, but I could see a tall person wearing all black standing over me. I tried to scream for my husband, but nothing came out. I tried opening my eyes all the way to see who, but I couldn't open them. It was all blurry. Couldn't move, I couldn't do anything. I could hear the TV clearly, and it was playing and hearing the space heater running next to me. The person then moved and sat on the couch by my feet. They sat on my blanket so I could feel it tighten over me. I was so scared I just couldn't move. I tried as hard as I could to scream, to sit up, or just to open my eyes to see who it was. Finally, my eyes opened. They just disappeared. I could feel my blanket loosen too. I don't know if this was a dream or an encounter, but my heart was pounding. I was drenched in sweat. I felt like I couldn't breathe and I had to run to get my inhaler. My late grandfather and the strange messages from nature. He died this year in July, after me, 26, graduating from night school. I always thought of him to be somebody who never dies. Well, I didn't visit my grandparents that often because I thought he always would be there. A few days ago, I lost my phone and I was frantically searching for it. Out of desperation, I looked to a photo of my late Nano. I asked out loud. I cannot speak Spanish, but I'm willing to be made fun of, so here we go. Nano mi... Oh, boy. Nano mi put... Oh, no. Nano mi putresti aorteri e abo... Let me just fall on my face here. I don't know what that is. But I do know it says per favor at the end. Almost immediately after, I found my phone. It felt too coincidental to be random, almost as if he was there helping me. But that's not all. I've been noticing strange things involving birds and nature. They all seem to circle back to him. For example, the magpie incident. I have a fig tree, the last gift I received from my nano just 3 days before he passed away. Recently, a magpie perched outside the fig tree and started yelling loudly, almost like it was scolding me. It felt like my nano was telling me to take better care of the tree. And by the way, I'm terrible at caring for plants, so this does track. When I went to check, I saw bloodied feathers in the ground near it, a pile of seeds, and even a dead dove. It was unsettling, but also felt like a clear message. Pay attention. The robin and the blackbird. A robin died at my workplace recently. I had to bury it there. It felt symbolic, as though something in my life was coming to an end to make way for something new. Around the same time, a blackbird landed near me, just staring as if observing. It felt like another reminder to notice the little things. I agree, bird. I don't know if I'm just noticing more because I'm grieving and thinking about him, or maybe these are his ways of nudging me to take action. Maybe it's both. But these moments feel too meaningful to dismiss. Have any of you had a similar experience, where you felt like a loved one was guiding you after they passed? And honestly, if you have tips on keeping a fig tree alive, send those my way too. You should double check what I'm about to say here, but I'm going to wing it. I did hear that coffee grounds were good for fig trees, if I'm not mistaken. Orbs are small particles or dust? Question mark. I believe 99% of orbs in photos or videos are just small particles or dust, but I leave the 1% for ones that are possibly real. That's because I've yet to be able to explain one thing I've been told about and solve for myself. I'd appreciate any thoughts. In 2007, my oldest sister had a friend, Cecilia. I met them a few times. Told me that she was haunted. I was 12 or 13 at the time and was really intrigued and creeped out. She continued to tell me that Cecilia often experiences unexplainable supernatural phenomena at home, including sleep paralysis. The ethnicity of my people and their culture heavily surrounded the shaman religion, so we have deeply rooted connections spiritually. We have a different term for sleeping paralysis in our language, but it's a very real thing in my culture. What she tells me and shows me next is what really baffled me and creeped me out. She says that in every photo of Cecilia, there's at least 1 to 3 orbs surrounding her. She took out all the physical photos she had that Cecilia was in, from Polaroid photos to regular camera photos to pictures that Cecilia gave her. You clearly see 1 or multiple orbs around Cecilia in every picture. She showed me her Facebook pictures, same thing. Every group photo Cecilia was in, or pictures by herself, had orbs surrounding her, and only her. Physical and digital photos. Bump that 1% up a bit, then. My paranormal experience. Scariest night of my life. For some background information, I come from a group of people whose cultural and religious beliefs surround shamanism. Our origins left our people with a deeply rooted spiritual connection. But I'm not shaman. I'm a Christian. During my high school years, I was never really into my faith or Christianity. I loved and enjoyed the thrill of watching scary movies for fun as a hobby. I believed in the paranormal, but never had any real first-hand experiences. Because of my ethnicity and culture, I heard a lot of scary ghost stories through friends, family members, including their own personal experiences. A lot of it ties into the shaman religious cultural beliefs and the rules. For example, it's a known rule to never respond if you hear your name being called if you know for a fact no one is around. If you're not entirely sure, it's better not to respond, but instead check to see if somebody's home who might have called for you. It's believed that if it's a spirit calling for you, they're trying to get your attention. Sure. If you answer, you let the spirit know that you heard them, and then they'll latch onto you. Generally, taking your response is a welcoming to impede on your life. Sounds like some regular people I know too. I remember a few different family friends who are shaman sharing similar stories about hearing their names being called, but they knew for certain that no one was home. Just in case, they would check the entire house without saying a word or responding, and turns out no one would end up being home. There's more terrifying experiences that were shared with me, but I'm going to leave them out of this post. This post is already too long, and they are kind of more terrifying than what happened to me. I was just an average girl with a typical teenage life. I had no real first-hand paranormal experiences. I only ever experienced sleep paralysis for a short period of time during my sophomore year in high school. The first couple of times were pretty freaky, but eventually I got used to them, and some days I'd just be so exhausted after school that during an episode of sleep paralysis it'd be like, ugh, I'm too tired for this. I'm gonna go back to sleep. And then I'd be KO'd. Eventually they stopped after 2 weeks. I understand the science behind sleep paralysis, but I'm including this experience because in my culture it's known to be a spiritual encounter. We have a different term for it in our language, which in English translates to getting or being sat on by spirits. I didn't experience much during my sleep paralysis, so I don't really think much of it honestly. I just couldn't move and felt a lot of anxiety. But then I'd be able to feel a release and get up like I just woke up from a really bad nightmare. I didn't feel any kind of presence before, during, or after the experience. I didn't see anything either, so I pretty much sum it up to being like good old science sleep paralysis. But in terms of paranormal world stuff, that's the closest thing I ever really experienced. It wasn't even anything truly spiritual. Snoozy emoji. Except one night during my junior year, I had a very traumatic experience. I won't say for certain it was ghosts, but I'm definitely convinced it was not a dream. It was the worst form of sleep paralysis experience I've ever had. Hope to never experience anything like that ever again. It was a normal Saturday, and at bedtime, I tucked myself in with my phone charging on the pillow next to my head. Not a good place to put that. I had an old Verizon flip phone since this was the year 2011, and my folks couldn't afford to get me an Apple phone. I always charged my phone during the night and would place it in the front side up on my pillow next to my head. While charging, the front screen would stay on and light up the surface of my ceiling. Everything was normal. Everything felt fine. I fell asleep, but later woke up in a daze because I felt somebody was calling for me, and it was from the door of my bedroom. And something was standing out in the hallway. It was really strange because I didn't actually hear anyone or see anyone. But I knew someone was there in the same sense that you know someone's in the bathroom or somebody just entered the room or a car, even if you don't look to see. I was in a daze, almost like being awake or half awake and half asleep. I thought it must have been my babysitter, 12 years old, trying to wake me up. I say out loud, "Anna, what do you want?" Mind you, I'm not actually seeing anyone, but I feel that someone's there. I don't think much of it because I was so tired, but I knew someone was there and somebody was trying to wake me up. I fell back asleep since they didn't say anything back to me. I KO'd. I woke up again, but I wasn't in a daze this time. I slowly opened my eyes and slowly started to wake up, and I'm thinking to myself, why am I awake? What time is it? Still kind of tired, and I peek at my phone to check the time. Close to 3 a.m. Again, the front of my flip phone is already on because it stays on while being plugged into the charge. The front displays the time, so I don't have to do much to check it. My phone's next to my head, so I simply turn my head and slightly face the screen toward my eyes to see the time. I moved my phone back. With every intention of just slowly drifting back asleep, I look up at the ceiling and I see the light from my phone screen hitting the surface of the ceiling. This is normal because I charge my phone like this every night. Suddenly, after looking for no more than 3 seconds, I see a huge shadow move from the left side to the right side. Went across the ceiling where the light was hitting. The best way I can describe it is if I were maybe to take my hand and hover it over the front of my flip phone, maybe 4 or 5 inches away. Move my hands, starting from one end and across to the other end of the phone, interrupting the light being cast onto the ceiling. This would create a similar effect to what I saw, except the shadow took up the whole entire space of the light hitting the surface as it made its way over from one side to the other, left to right. I was in disbelief. I was still pretty tired, so I chose to doubt myself and what I was seeing. I was thinking that I might just have been seeing things because, well, I am tired. So I thought I'll just keep my eyes open and keep looking to see. I was trying to verify that it was nothing, me just being crazy or tired. 2 seconds later, I see a huge shadow moving across the ceiling where the light's hitting. Again. First time was left to right. Second time it moved from right to left. This is when I finally really woke up, and my eyes widened. I was not tired anymore. I was freaking out on the inside and terrified, but I remained still because I had no idea what I just saw or what had just happened. I was frozen in fear and instantly closed my eyes out of fear. Things got worse. Suddenly, I felt the atmosphere of the room change. It's hard to describe, but it was like the gravity around me felt heavy. It was thick, like the humidity in Florida. It felt ominous. Sort of like Florida. A second after the atmosphere changed, I experienced something similar to sleep paralysis where I couldn't move, but I didn't dare try to speak either. I was petrified. I quickly felt an ominous presence on my bedside. It had the same heavy feeling, like when the atmosphere changed. I moved toward the foot of my bed and began to climb onto the bed. The first move it made onto the bed, I could feel the area in which it climbed on. It felt like a 300-pound person was climbing onto my bed. I felt each indent as it climbed closer to me and over my legs. I could feel the lower end of my body move and sink in towards where it was climbing each time. I felt the weight of it shifting my bed from right to left each time it crawled closer to me. I was crying on the inside. Suddenly it stopped. I felt an incredibly heavy pressure weighing down on my chest. It was hard to breathe. I was crying and praying to God for help, and mind you, I was in high school and I was a girl who didn't take her faith very seriously. I was only a Christian by name or by title. After 2 or 3 minutes of praying and begging for help, everything subsided. I was released and able to move freely. I was still extremely afraid and in shock and trying to process everything. I laid there for a minute until I gathered the courage to hop out of bed and ran out of my room, straight to my little sister's bed to sleep with her. I accidentally woke her up. She was confused and asked me why I was there. I told her I was really scared. She asked me what happened, but I didn't tell her. I was too really afraid to speak about what just freaking happened. I couldn't sleep by myself or in my own room for a whole month. I ended up sleeping in my sister's bedroom with her for 4 or 5 weeks straight. I tried not to think about it, and I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to remember it. I think I eventually told my mom about it a couple of months later, but I never really shared this experience with anyone else because, well, it oddly ends after they say, because I thought. So use your imagination to end the story, I guess. Help me understand my psychic ? Girlfriend. Alright. Just to be clear, I've never seen a ghost, never had any sort of paranormal experience. And while I keep an open mind about these sorts of things, I wouldn't say I completely believe in ghosts or the spiritual world. I do have an interest in out-of-body experiences and remote viewing experiments, especially ones conducted by the CIA. But from more of a conspiratorial perspective. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life happened this evening. I'm on the phone in the bathroom, standing in front of the sink to put my contacts in after getting out of the shower. My girlfriend and I end up getting into a shouting match over the phone, which is pretty rare because we're very compatible and not prone to angry reactions to each other. Anyway, she ends up yelling, well, F you, and abruptly hangs up on me. Then, a second later, the shampoo bottle on the shelf and the shower flies across the entire length of the tub and slams into the opposite wall about 6 feet away. It didn't merely fall off the shelf. It was like somebody had taken their hand and smacked it as hard as they could. I was taken aback and I wasn't afraid, but there was a wave of tingles across my shoulders and scalp. I'm certain it wasn't a ghost. I've always felt somewhat physically connected to my girlfriend, though. Oh, psychically, not physically. The gecko just laughed at me, but he's too far away. We often end up having the same thoughts, and I think it's possible she may actually have a touch of something. She used to be a little bit witchy in high school. Not in any sort of serious way, I guess, but she does believe it can affect the physical world. Anybody have any insight into this sort of a thing? I'd like to understand her better. I'd like to figure out what I just saw. It wasn't physically possible in any way I could figure. No matter what you believe, I would think that it's easy to argue that something can be in the air that you're both picking up on, like a glossary box in a puzzle game. I've had a mimic follow me since 1999 in different homes in different states. How do I get rid of it? It started in a house in New Jersey, outside of my hometown. The first time it mimicked my ex, my children's father, it followed us to Philly, Pennsylvania. That's where it really ramped up, using my voice to call my kids and their voices to call Mom. I even heard it calling my stepdaughter in my voice while we were standing in the hallway next to each other. She could see it wasn't me. It only ever used my ex's voice, their father, once. Most of the time it used my voice against my children and stepchildren, and friends' kids also when they were visiting my kids. That was during my time in Philadelphia, approximately 2002 to 2005. It followed me to Florida in 3 different places I've lived. One place was my friend's house, and it used her voice calling my name, and it even used my voice calling for her old man. I was dead-ass asleep in bed when I got him. I'm living in my daughter's house currently, my youngest, and I've heard it use her voice calling Mom again when she was in a different city an hour away working. I have times where years between it's been gone completely, and places I've lived that it hasn't even been to during those times living in those places at all. So it's not consistent. I've saged and used protection oils and salt around my house, lemon cleansing with several things, even a word that even you don't quite know how to spell, and I don't know how to say, but I don't think it's worked, at least not permanently. I'm just wondering because I've answered it the first time. It really wasn't fair because my ex would come home at odd hours and I never knew when he'd come back from jobs. Plus, I was trying to hook up my kid's PS1 to play with, or PS2, whatever's the newest version in 99. 99. Good question. My TV was blaring loud snow. That's when I turned it on because the cord wasn't fully connected. So loud-ass snow static across the house at like 12 a.m. when the ex's voice called me. So of course I thought he had walked into that and was yelling because the sound startled him. I answered, "What?" I walked out of the bedroom where the TV and the game system were after giving up and turning both things off. I was looking for my children's dad, and I went out the front door to see if he went back to his truck, only to find no truck, no ex, silence. I called him on his cell and asked what the fuck he went, so suddenly only to be told that he was never at the house and wouldn't be for a while. I think because I answered the mimic that first time, it followed me as much in as I could, or rather as it could find me, I guess. I just wanted to let you know I'm so stupid I answered it when it even most recently called my mom in my daughter's voice. But she's inconsistent with her hours and times that she comes home. Sometimes she stays with her baby overnight, so she isn't home a lot. But the fact that this mimic is so prolific that it knows that I'll answer because of the people it's mimicked are either A, not around at normal intervals, or B, when my kids were younger in Philadelphia. It knows that I'm answering my kids and vice versa, if they're calling them in my voice. So yes, it gets me most often. Don't blame you. As for my friend's house, she's disabled and would call out to me irregularly for me to bring her tea or maybe make tea. So I expect her voice to be calling when I stayed with her. But her boyfriend, hearing my voice call him, he responded, but he should know that I wouldn't call out to him for any reason because I would knock on her door if needed, or, well, to ask anything from either of them. But he was truly thinking that I hurt myself. And what I mean is this mimic is too smart and really need to be rid of it. I'm over this. It's 25 years now. Yes, some places I've lived and never invaded. I don't know if it couldn't find me or the areas those places weren't a place that it could be. I have no idea. But I'm over it. The last incident literally happened last month here after I was almost a full-ass year without an incident. The man outside the window. When I was younger, 3 or maybe 4, I was sitting in the lounge room with my mom and sister. For context, the lounge room had a huge window that looked out into our enclosed patio. You would enter the front door to the house from the patio. My mom also always made sure it was locked for nighttime for safety reasons. Anyways, it was getting darker, probably close to my bedtime. I was minding my own business when I felt someone watching me. I paused and looked out the window when I saw an elderly man sitting on the chair. With his leg crossed, he was resting his left ankle on his right knee in the patio. "Do you see that man?" I asked my mom, pointing out where he was sitting. My mom looked out the window. "Where? I can't see anyone." "Right there." It was like my stomach dropped when I realized Mom wasn't lying when she said she couldn't see the man sitting in the chair. I genuinely was so panicked and freaked out. I honestly begged my mom to look where I was pointing and, like, "Please, Mom, he's right there. You really can't see him?" By the time Mom turned the outside light to the patio, he had disappeared. I remember what he looked like so vividly. I described to my mom what the man looked like and even what he was wearing. The creepy thing was that it was my mom's dad, my pop that I'd never met. He passed away before I was even born. I'd never seen a single photo of him until that day. Ladies screaming and marbles dropping. This is a true story that happened just today, December 16th, 5:30 a.m. Me and my friends rented an air bed and breakfast for a birthday celebration. We live in the city. So for background information, we are on the second floor, and the neighbor involved, they're on the 4th floor. It was 12:30 a.m. We were still being loud, and those neighbors would splash water on us. What? Normal stuff that they do here. From 2 floors up. Okay. We stopped making noise at 4:30. Me and my 2 friends were sleeping in the living room while our other guy friend was still out on the balcony drinking. We thought it was him making all the noise. It sounded like a ball was hitting the metal barbecue grill, so right after the hanging, or banging, we heard a lady scream in a really high-pitched way. The first time it happened, I thought it was just me hearing things. After a short pause, I heard it again. My friend tapped me because, well, she heard it too. It sounded like there was a woman screaming at us from outside her door. We immediately ran to our bedrooms, telling our other guy friend what we had just heard. Us girls were told to stay in the bedroom and lock the door. While we were being quiet, trying to observe the noises and commotion, we heard the screaming about 2 or 3 more times with pauses in between it, accompanied by some kind of banging. After that, we would hear a few marbles being dropped and being rolled around from upstairs. We would also hear something dragging on the floor. At first, we thought it was someone being abused, but the whole thing didn't make sense. We could hear every single sound being made from upstairs, but we didn't hear footsteps before the screaming started. It sounded like she was in the front of our door the whole time. Secondly, we thought it was the same neighbor that splashed water on us, trying to get us back from being too loud. But that didn't make sense either, because those neighbors lived 2 floors above us. The scream was coming from our floor, and the marbles rolling and the dragging were heard in the floor above us. When we were checking to see who splashed water on us, the 3rd floor apartment seemed empty and the lights were off. We believed that no one was even living on the 3rd floor. My friend mentioned that in an old Chinese culture, marbles were used to detect certain negative energy in the house. We don't know if that correlates to our situation, but every few minutes we would hear the faint sound of the marbles being dropped and rolled into the floor. I can't stop picturing somebody 2 floors above me splashing me with water. For the non-believers. When I was young, I was always very logical. I didn't believe in religion or ghosts for that matter. The idea that there's another world unbeknownst to us was something I entirely ruled out. I even encouraged the idea when I was younger and wanted to see it to really believe it. I was the first to enter the abandoned houses and try to communicate with ghosts, often with a Ouija board. Nothing. There's only 3 interactions I've had, which has converted me to a believer, and I'll share each of them chronologically. The first time I was about 10-ish. I was at my buddy's house, and his house always to this day gave me an off-putting vibe. He even believed there was ghosts there, and had stories, but I truthfully never believed him. What happened was, we were in the kitchen and I heard crystal clear my father calling my name. I was shocked, but thought maybe I was just hearing things. So when I looked at him, he gave me the same look, though I asked him, "Did you hear that?" He said yes. Me being the person I was, I needed to validate that he heard the same thing, so I asked him what he heard, and he in fact confirmed that he heard my father say my name. What was weird was his mother was in the kitchen. She was with us. She didn't hear a thing. Also, we checked her phones, etc., even ran back to my house and asked my dad if maybe he was calling my name, and somehow we heard it from all the way across the street. And yes, even that doesn't make sense, but we were young and freaked out. This was my first encounter, and still not enough for me to believe. I chalked it off as a fluke. Maybe there was a wind that made us subconsciously hear my father calling my name or something weird like that. The second time, though, that would make me eat my words. And this needs some context, though. My mother passed away years back when I was 20, and this incident was around 21 or 22. So I have an intercom throughout my house. My father's huge into security, and from his bedroom you can almost hear pretty much everything throughout the house. This intercom, though, broke and would rarely work as years went by. And towards the end of its days, it would malfunction and haywire and make crazy static beeping sounds. That doesn't sound helpful. So the thing's been broken for a long time and hasn't acted up in a while, and one day after my mother passed, I was having an emotional moment with my ex at the time. I was freaked out, having a panic attack, and I remember it vividly. I cursed my family, and the second I did, that damn thing started going off. I ignored it, but my ex at the time said, "That's your mother." I dismissed her because, even though I was technically an adult at the time, I still had that stubborn kid mentality. I even told her to shut up, which to this day I feel so stupid about. Good. Fast forward another year, the same intercom. It wasn't working for it all. It was late at night and I lost my cat, whom I had since I was a child. That cat was my world to me. She was like a child. She was an outdoor cat, and I would let her out during the day, and I'd call her in at night. But with her old age, I stopped letting her out since she could barely hear anymore, and I feared she could get hurt from another animal or a car. That night, though, she got out, and I spent literally about 4, maybe 5 hours looking for her. It was like 4 a.m. at night, and I was hysterically crying sitting on my deck. I had just given up. And this happened with my other cat, and he later came back and died by our pool, so I was just thinking this is just how it's going to go. I remember I sat down, and in my head I was just like, well, I gotta give up. I'm exhausted. I need to sleep. I was just crying in defeat pretty much when all of a sudden that fucking intercom went off. First thing I thought was that my ex was telling me that maybe it was my mom, and I got up immediately and even asked out loud, like, what? What are you trying to tell me? I just thought, okay, maybe I need to look more. So I started with the most logical thing and went to the front door, and sure enough, my cat was there chewing on a plant. I'll never forget that night and the amount of emotions that went through me and how at that moment I became a believer of another world existing. The last encounter is at another one of my friend's houses. He lives in one of those old-ass apartments that were over 100 years old. He was getting into music and bought an electric piano. He spent probably a couple of hours trying to connect it to his computer, but to no avail, and we gave up and just started smoking weed. Couldn't have been 5 minutes into the blunt, this piano starts playing on its own. And not just like playing good, like it's a preset recording or something, like you can tell it sounded like somebody who knew how to play the piano somewhat, but wasn't the best. We were just looking at each other in shock and laughing at it nervously. We let it play, and it played a whole finisher and everything. It really seemed like whoever it was just wanted to get it to work and say, "Ha! Joke's on you." Played a shitty, janky jingle. Later we found out that there was an artist who lived there before us. He passed away about 10 years ago. The second it was playing, I felt a presence. It's hard to describe, but it's similar to the vibe I felt in my buddy's house. It's almost like it's humidity in the air, but it's not humid, it's like a feeling in your head. Since I've become aware more of this feeling, I definitely feel some places have this air more than others, and I really try to be more in touch with these feelings. Unfortunately, I'm yet to actually see a ghost, or have any type of physical evidence of one. What I conclude so far is there's another world, and that world can interact with ours through electromagnetic ways. Whether they can physically, I'm still skeptical. My family is seeing shadows. A few weeks back, my dad told me he was downstairs with the dog when he saw something duck around the corner near his office. Our dog turned to look at it. He thought it was one of my younger brothers listening in. But when he went, to where they would have been, there wasn't anyone there. Nor would there have been any way to hide. I thought it was neat and eerie until I had a pretty much identical experience. It was a weekday and the dog broke into the room and jumped on the bed. Pretty normal experience. I was petting her while coding until I saw a shadow move from the hallway to my bathroom. It looked like a tall figure in like a dark gray outfit. Immediately, the dog jumped up and started staring in that direction. Now, I'm used to my brothers using my bathroom, but not only was it a weekday, the dead silence told me it wasn't them. I got up to investigate, but sure enough, there's no one in there. My brothers weren't home. I've seen things out of the corner of my eyes before. It's easy to pass that off as an illusion or a trick of the light, but never have I ever been looking directly at the shadowy shape that was moving. The same day that happened, my youngest brother, 13, says he saw a tall humanoid black shadow near the Christmas tree around 4 a.m. It turned to look at him, and then its body fell to the ground like ash. I think it's also worth mentioning his own words. got Thanos snapped. I had to clarify with him. At first I was trying to debunk this myself, but after hearing my brother's story, I'm thoroughly stumped. We have a couple of security cameras around the house, but apparently CPI screwed it up and haven't been recording. So that's thoroughly upsetting. A strange figure following me around. This is my first time posting on the subreddit. I wanted to see if any of you know what this thing is that's so keen on following me around. So I've been seeing this apparition in a black cloak. It's around almost 6 feet tall, and the hood is completely covering its face. No facial features can be seen. Nothing but emptiness. Now at first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. That was until I was on call with my friend, and she saw it. We were on video call, and we were laughing and we were giggling. She got quiet for a minute. I asked her what was wrong, because normally when people get really quiet like that, something happened. She told me she saw a guy in a cloak behind me. That's when my face dropped. That's because I'd been seeing this apparition for like around 5 months now. And I continue to see it. And now my friend saw it on the phone. I thought it was just my imagination, so other people were also seeing it. She thought I was playing a prank on her, and I told her no one was in the house. My mother was gone for the night. Now this apparition has never done anything but just stand there and move very fast, and I've heard it whispering. Can't really pick up on it, but it seems to happen sometimes when I'm listening to music and it happens in the background. My house is kind of, pretty haunted overall. I'm normally attracting spirits or apparitions left and right for no reason. I just attract things. I don't necessarily know why. But this thing's terrifying sometimes. Especially home alone, seeing it move quickly or in the dark. See ya. Join us on Paranormal M for tales that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Subscribe now and stay tuned for mysteries that'll captivate your soul. Get ready to uncover the unknown. My girlfriend warned me about entities in her backyard. I didn't believe her until this happened. A short background on my girlfriend. She always saw things since she was a child. A hooded figure with bony hands behind her in the mirror. A wounded World War II soldier lying in pain in her grandma's bathroom. A humanoid figure with black skin and bloodshot eyes staring at her through the trees at my university. Misty figures following her classmates in the hallway. And she can sense if a place is quote-unquote heavy. She told me she never dared to interact with them because one time she stared back and it followed her home. I used to tease her that maybe it was just her imagination, until I decided to live in her house. In contrast, I was always the logical one. I didn't grow up knowing these superstitious beliefs. I was, in simple terms, a science enthusiast and a physics fanatic. I used to believe the world can always be explained through logic. To give you a simple layout of her place, it's a corner lot in the suburbs, and her backyard is made up of 2 adjacent lots behind the house. The vegetation wasn't thick, only a few trees here and there. But the place had never been developed and so was left untouched even before her family settled there. We decided to live together because both of us got a work-from-home job. Eventually, she took a liking toward gardening, so I helped her do a bit of landscaping in her backyard. That was when she told me this. Whenever you're trekking on unfamiliar grounds, or if you intend to disturb the place, always say, "Tabi tabi po." The term is a Filipino word for "please excuse me," but it's intended to pay respects to the unknown entities that might be living on that particular place. She said I should always do this every time, even if I'd already been there, so that they won't get angry. What are they? She said that they're ancient beings that already claimed the land. And if you give them proper respect, they'll leave you alone. However, those entities in her backyard are not what actually scares her. As I said, if you leave them alone, so will they. It's the ones that's in her house. Back when we were first dating, I had the pleasure of visiting her home. When I came in the door, the corner of my eye caught an older woman sitting on the couch facing the TV. My first thought was maybe she was a visitor. Strange thing was, is they never interacted with that woman. When I went out, I asked my girlfriend who was their visitor, the woman with the dark skin and curly hair sitting on the couch. She looked puzzled and said, "What woman?" That was when she told me there was always a dark spirit or an entity living in their house. Sounds late. There were times when she would swear there's somebody moving around in her sister's room, but when she opened the door, no one was there. There were times when she would pass by her room with the lights off and something dark seems to be dancing around the bed. There were times when she was alone and she would hear the fridge open and close, or the dining chair would make a sound as if it were being dragged slightly. She would tell me that whenever she was alone, she would just stay on the porch until somebody would come home. That was because she couldn't handle the heavy feeling of being watched. As a Christian family, they would sometimes invite a priest to bless their house again to ward off spirits. One priest even confirmed that the room of her sister has a very dark aura, but regardless of how many times they do this, nothing changes. Her closest experience with this entity was when she woke up at around 3 a.m. That was when her mom was out of town. She went to her mother's room and saw that the door was open. She looked inside, no one was there, and as she was closing the door, she felt something tall and dark was standing behind her. Sent chills down her spine, made her heart thump like crazy. She did not dare to look. She dashed to her room. She tried her best to calm herself that night, and it's been a long time since she felt that kind of fear. As a matter of fact, she's not somebody who gets easily scared. She can watch horror movies all night and would just laugh about it. I can't even watch one without having somebody around and half closing my eyes sometimes. So, back to where I was, helping my girlfriend clean out her backyard with some gardening. I was stubborn when it comes to superstitions, so as expected, I just brushed off my girlfriend's advice. The first instant was when I cut down the bananas. I thought, what could possibly happen? At that same night, I had sleep paralysis, which I rarely had before. I was lying on my side with my back facing the window. I was wide awake, and then I sensed the curtains moving, as if something was crawling inside. Slowly, I felt shivers down my back like something was there. Something was watching me from behind. I tried my best to fall asleep again. I told this to my girlfriend the following morning. She scolded me why I didn't pay my respects. That's why they gave me a visit that night. I felt foolish and confused. Is this actually real? She gave me advice that there's no harm in doing it even if I don't believe it, so... The next landscaping activities, I tried my best to utter the words tubby-tubby-po whenever I'm working in the deeper parts of their backyard. Until one day I forgot. Her mom instructed me to make a temporary pole for the newly installed faucet at the back part of their backyard. I decided to just do it the easy way. So I found a piece of cut wood with a sharp edge like a stake. I pierced it to the ground and pounded it repeatedly until it was halfway deep. Then I tied the faucet at the top. I never thought about it for the rest of the day until I fell asleep. That night I had the strangest dream. I found myself walking deeper toward the backyard, and accompanying me were several people. There was a little girl, a slightly overweight man, and some women and men. They were guiding me deeper into what looks like her backyard, but slightly different. The trees weren't here before, and it looked like a new world. I realized I should stop walking. They stopped too. Among all the people that were there, I can sense that the most dangerous one of them was a little girl. It feels as though she masks her evil with the innocence of a child. People do that too. Then the old man said to me, "I'm giving you a chance to go back. Go now while you can. I'll try to stop her," as she gestures to the girl. I did my best to walk back while keeping my eyes glued to the old man and the girl. I can see the girl is trying to get past the old man while the old man is blocking her path. The girl was growing more and more frantic as he did so. I know I don't have much time. I hurried to my girlfriend's house and I went behind the gate. In her backyard, there was a small metal gate that separates her house from the backyard. There should be a padlock here. I know it because it was my daily routine to lock this gate. But I couldn't find it until I saw a small light coming from the backyard. It was a candle, its small flame flickering on the ground. The old man is still preventing the girl from passing. I went back to check what it is. As suspected, behind the candle was the padlock I was looking for, and it looks broken. It was bent and unusable. I picked it up from the ground, and as I looked forward, I saw something standing close to the fence that sent shivers down my spine. It was a humanoid figure with the face of an owl. It was tall, and it just stared blankly at me with those huge black eyes. It was obvious at that point that this was a message, simple and clear. "Do not test us. Nothing will keep us from you." So I went back inside the house, knowing that the gate was still unlocked. I tried to close all the doors, but something's preventing me from locking them. I peeked at the backyard and I saw that the girl had already passed through the old man and was now making her way toward the house. She was singing a song, and as she got closer, her voice grew deeper until she transformed into a grown man coming toward the house with malicious intent. The man stopped at the doorway. He was talking to me into coming outside. I realized that maybe that was the end of his territory. He couldn't come inside because maybe something much more powerful was already here. I confirmed this when I turned around and saw a group of people I'd never met. It's them, I thought. One of them approached me. He's an adult man that looks tribal with long hair and dense muscles. Had an air of superiority. He seems to be their leader. He told me in his world what I did should be paid with a higher price. Perhaps a leg or an arm. He faced me with a combat stance and started throwing me punches. In this situation, all I did was guard myself from his attacks. No matter how hard I would block them, the punches were on a level of power I can't comprehend, passing through my guard like a hot knife on butter. He was playing with me, because I knew that if I actually landed hard, I'd feel a great amount of pain. He stopped sparring when the other people there told him that it was enough, and then I woke up. I told my girlfriend everything I saw in my dreams, who scolded me again for being hard-headed by not paying respect. She told me that it was not only one or two entities that are currently residing here, but rather a group of them. She told me that no matter how many there are, they chose to live in harmony with each other. Or so should we. She said that these entities and spirits are a mixture of good and bad. I recall that some of them helped me, while some tried to do harm and some just gave me a warning. Later that day, her mom instructed me to go to the backyard and say sorry for disturbing their peace and not paying respect. I did exactly that, and I didn't dream of it again. Several months have passed, and whenever I remember that entity with the face of an owl, I still get shivers at the back of my neck. Who knows what else could be out there? Who knows what could have happened to me if I went deeper into the backyard, or if I faced that little girl who turned into a man? Would I still wake up that day, I wonder? I thank all the good spirits who helped me, and I pray that the bad ones will leave me alone. Starting that day, I started to believe. Even if I can't really sense or see them in real life, I know that they're out there, watching us go on our daily lives. Remember, if you'll go somewhere you're not sure of, pay them respects. It might save you. Tabi Tabi Po. Visitation dream that came true. Maybe or maybe not. I, an 18-year-old female, had a visitation dream from my great-grandmother who died 3 years ago. This dream happened early last year, and since then it still spooked me out quite a bit. In this dream, I was immediately aware that I was dreaming. I was too afraid to let anybody know that I knew I was dreaming, since I've heard this can be, well, it can rather go very poorly. The dream starts with me walking into a very large room that has furniture placed very oddly. I very briefly recall me being let into this room or house, and this random lady and her specifically saying, "Don't touch anything." I'm talking about there was multiple couches diagonally touching to block me off from where my grandma was sitting, multiple Christmas trees, and just a very back rooms vibe. There were 2 big double-wide doors that reminded me of the school gymnasium doors, but I was told not to go in there by this random woman who let me in. Immediately, when I take in the space, I find my grandma sitting on one of the odd couches, unaware I'm even there. The only time I felt fear during this dream was when I tried to approach her. I knew the second I saw her in this dream, it definitely wasn't normal. As she was sitting on the couch, she's typing away at a computer. But there was this little white dog growling at me who sat by her feet. The dog wasn't moving. It was frozen, almost like a stuffed dog, but it was definitely alive. After a minute of panicking about the dog, my grandma looks up at me and says something along the lines of, "What are you doing here? I wanted to see you." And that she specifically had to give me something. She's very adamant about me telling her the truth on whether I want her gifts or not. I remember telling her that I did in fact want to see them, but her almost in disbelief that I truly cared. Oddly though, she said that she had teen spirits and smells. For me to see this, and that she had brought them, or bought them at the antique store or something. She gets up, and the random woman from earlier helps my grandma to the bedroom. I walk in the door first, turn around slightly, and watch them enter. When they come in, my grandma says, "I don't need my kids to help me, I'm old enough." And the random woman saying something along the lines of, "I can help my mother if I want to." Never met my great aunt, and after that, the dream ends. Very exciting. But flash forward a couple months later, I'm at my grandfather's house, my great-grandmother's son, and he weirdly tells me that he has my great-grandma's old family albums that she handmade. This album has pictures all the way back to the 1890s. Definitely has an unsettling vibe. Anyways, he tells me that if I want the books, I can have them, but he's also, very worried that I was lying and didn't actually want the books. Like my great-grandma, he spoke in the same way about giving the books to me. But what I find odd is, yes, I had the dream, but my grandfather giving me her books. So she put so much love and effort into them. I get spooked thinking about it. And the second the teen spirits and smells, I got a little bit distracted by Nirvana. I went to a friend's grandma that's a medium for a hearing because she was practicing, and it's accurate. Hello, I just wanted to start off by saying I never really believed this could be possible. My whole view of the paranormal is that ghosts could be real, and the things that I can't explain that I experienced could likely be something else. But here's where this story starts. I went through 2 losses recently, my mom and my dog shortly after. My friend tossed the idea, last month, that her grandma is doing readings and she's doing it for free. So I'm like, why not? I'm not wasting money if it's a bunch of rubbish. She saw an older lady. She would describe her as being at peace, so I'm like, that's typical. And then the medium was like, she's with this light-colored blonde dog, and says that she loves this dog. And this is where I'm like, what the? That's when my mom was alive, and she really wasn't much of a dog person, but warmed up to him at the very end. My dog would always be around her and walk up to her with his dog toys and drop them on her lap. So this did raise my eyebrows. And then she goes into detail about how my mom was, pointing at her head. She asked me, did my mom have, issues with forgetfulness suddenly, which my mom cancer spread to her brain, and she had a bit of short-term memory loss that affected her till the end. Then she was like, she always see you in the kitchen. She likes to give you hugs in there, and that just kind of made me just quiet. I've been in the kitchen of my house more than ever because I'm taking over her Christmas candy and treats tradition. The last part, which made me super emotional, was the medium asked me if my necklace had a charm that was a reference to my mother. I'm wearing layers on a rainy day in California. The necklace chain might have been shown, but the charm was not. My mom shares a name with the charm, which is why I started wearing it. A lot of it was just specific like that, which I would have no idea how my friend's grandma would know about the memory loss, since that was just known in the family, and more so my mom and my dad's friends, so of it could have been generalization. Some of it could have been generalization, or informed to her, but I'm still shocked. Totally. Something in my house might be a shadow person. When I was around 13, I was in my room. I was on my phone at night. When I put my phone down to go to sleep, something walked past my door. My parents didn't allow me to sleep with my door closed, which is why I was able to see it. It had a similar build and height to my mom, and it came out of my parents' room and went into the bathroom. I didn't think much of it, thinking it was just my mom. But right before I went to sleep, I realized my quote-unquote mom never opened her room's door, never closed the bathroom door. When I called out to my mom, she came out of her room, not the bathroom. A few months later, my parents were watching a YouTube video about paranormal stuff. Wink, wink. I think the channel was some guy with a talking fish. I don't know how reliable he is. One of the topics was about something called shadow people. I pointed to the TV and told them that that's what I saw that night. Talking fish. Last night my mom came into my room and asked me if I'd walked down the hall. Well, I hadn't, and I was in my room the whole time. I asked her why. She explained almost exactly what had happened to me the night, except she thought it was me because there was a light which she thought was my phone's light. I guess what I'm asking within this post is, what is this? Is it still a shadow person, or is it something else? I don't have much experience with this outside my own personal experiences and basic stuff from movies, so I don't know what it is. Any answer is appreciated. The Big Black Dog. This happened when I was around 10. I still can't explain it. As background, the upstairs level of our house had a small landing with 4 rooms in close proximity to the stairs. My parents' room on the right, bathroom straight ahead, and me and my sister's room on the left. One day I was standing in the bathroom getting ready when from the corner of my eye I noticed what appeared to be a large black creature on the stairs. I pointed to look directly at it, and I saw a huge, fluffy black dog bounding up the stairs. We didn't have a dog at the time, but our neighbors had a big black Newfoundland named Schooner. Or Schooner. Anyway, I watched the dog run upstairs and turn right into my parents' room. I assumed that Schooner had somehow gotten into our house. I was worried about her cats, so I ran out of the bathroom, slammed my parents' door, trapping the dog in the room. Then I stood in the landing and I called for my mom, yelling, "Mom, help, I just trapped a huge dog in your room. Think it might be Schooner." Seconds later, she came upstairs. We stood in the landing next to the closed door while I explained what happened. She told me to stay there, and she opened the door, walked in, closed it behind her. About a minute later, she walked out with a sort of cynical look on her face. Very funny. I looked at her confused and said, "What do you mean?" She replied, "There's no dog in there." I couldn't believe it. I told her that was impossible, and then I ran into the room and searched everywhere. My mom was right. There was no dog in that room. We were on the second floor, and the windows were screened and closed. From the moment I slammed the door until I searched the room, I was standing beside the only exit. There's no way the dog could have escaped without me seeing it. My mom shrugged it off, still suspicious that I was playing a trick on her. She eventually blamed it on my active imagination, but that's the only time in my life that I've physically seen something that wasn't there. I know I didn't imagine it. To this day, I have no clue what happened. Was it a one-time hallucination for no apparent reason, or was it a ghost? A glitch in the Matrix, even? Did I cross from one plane of existence into another? I'm a rational person who always looks for rational evidence-based explanations, and I can almost always find one. But I cannot find any rational explanation for that experience. I want to pet that dog. My old house is haunted, I think. I used to live in a town in southwest Florida. It isn't a haunted town or anything, a few twisted, crazy things that happened in the past, but since the population boom, things have slowed down a lot. Now, I was born and raised in that area for 15 years of my life, and I've been told that when I was younger, I attracted a lot of paranormal experiences. But it slowed down when we moved to this house in the crappy area of town that we lived in. I don't really know what was in that house, either a ghost or a homeless guy or a raccoon or a demon or a narrator, because that apartment was eerie as hell. I'd hear scratches, breathing, footsteps, knocking on the windows, and noises in the attic growing up there. My parents never heard anything nor saw anything, but I sure as hell did. Even my dog was a bit freaked out by the place. Always avoided the hallway a lot, and my bedroom. I always believed in the paranormal because of that house. And there was this one day that still sticks with me to this day, and still flashes very vividly in my memory. It's been in my head for years, and I just want to know if it might sound familiar, or what I experienced was maybe a ghost or demon. I was in middle school, and I was getting ready for school, tying my shoes in the room, practically ready for the day, and my mom was in the kitchen making me lunch. Then all of a sudden, my chest got heavy, and my room became frigid, like it was shivering cold. Something in my head kept screaming at me to look up, and I did. And there was this giant black, purple, blue, veiny, bony hand coming from my closet. The light in my room started flickering, and I screamed so loud and ran straight out of my room. My mom went to my room to check the closet, and there was nothing there. It wasn't even cold. The light wasn't even flickering. My closet was still filled with clothes and stuffed animals. I'm not sure what that possibly could have been. I've told the story to people before, and I've always gotten laughed at for it because it was probably my imagination. But I was a healthy kid. Always slept well and ate well, and I wasn't delusional. But since that day, I started closing my doors because I still have flashes of that hand coming from my closet door. Is it possible to have a paranormal experience with odor? Short answer, yes. 2 years ago, I had a strange experience in my house, but I can talk freely now. It was in the middle of dawn, about 2:30 a.m. I went to the bathroom, and in my old house, the bathroom was just in front of my bedroom door. When I finished doing my things, I came back to my room, and just seconds after this, I realized that I'd forgotten to wash my hands. But when I opened to see my bathroom door, I felt an odor that I'd never seen in my life. You shouldn't be feeling or seeing odors. It wasn't a bad odor. but it was an amazing odor, as if I were in a flower field. It's strange that I don't keep my scents in my bathroom. I don't use any type of fragrance inside of it, and the odor was very powerful. That I could smell it at all corners. My drain was closed, and my bathroom didn't have windows, and that odor was only inside the bathroom. Didn't appear in the corridor, bathroom, kitchen, or living room. I left the bathroom, but I did a test. I waited 10 seconds to see if the odor was still the same, but surprisingly, when I opened the door, all the odor was gone. I didn't smell anything. Was normal. I never felt this odor again, and I don't know what type of flower or flavor. I moved to a new house, and I never had this type of experience again. I forget what drug they say makes it so you can see smells and taste colors or something like that, but that's what you're reminding me of, for better or worse, sir, ma'am, or other. Sleep paralysis with my cat. Last month I experienced sleep paralysis. It isn't common for me, but I had some of them all my life. Probably because I work hard every day, but one of them was uncommon. It was quote-unquote normal paralysis. I woke up at dawn at about 4 a.m. and I didn't feel my body alive. Just my mind was waking up. I'm 100% sure that it wasn't a dream and I was in my bed but not feeling awake. I heard footsteps in the corridor of my house. No one was there at the moment, and they stopped in front of my bedroom door. I felt that something was wrong. That was an evil presence. I could see a black claw trying to move my door, but my cat, who was sleeping soundly, woke up suddenly, stuck my leg, stared at the door, motionless in an attack position. After this, the black claw was gone, and I felt awake again. I could get up from my bed, and I saw my cat, which was normal. I saw my house with some evidence. Didn't find anything. My parents were sleeping soundly, and I didn't hear the footsteps again. So it was impossible for me to have been them making a joke with me. This is strange English. I talked to my mom the next morning, and I talked with my psychologist friend. He could confirm that it was a sleep paralysis that happened to me, but found it strange that my cat acted like he saw the evil spirit. He never acted strange after this incident, and our days became normal. I believe that animals can see ghosts and things that aren't from our world, but it's creepy that he, quote-unquote, could feel the same spirit that tormented me in my sleep paralysis. I cannot explain why he acted that way. Do you think that animals can feel paranormal presence with humans? Yeah. Ask my gecko. I, a 19-year-old female, heard the Lona on my Mexico trip August, and my life changed drastically after. In August, I went on my 2-week trip to Mexico. I was ready to meet my distant relatives, which I was very excited for. Towards the end of my stay, my relatives suggested we stay in an air bed and breakfast to experience the beach life, and for it to be more of a chance to know each other. We rented it for 5 days so we could have all this in a little vacation and get together worth it. On the first day, me and my cousin saw sightings of a little boy who wasn't a part of our group and was often seen behind objects in the corner of our eyes. We both brushed it aside until nighttime. When nighttime came, it seemed that I was the only one who couldn't sleep and would stay up late at night. Not because of the newer environment I was in, but because I felt like someone was watching me. On the third night, I could not really fall asleep for the life of me. My fear then grew. Even though I couldn't see anything, I felt something was bad or something was going to happen. I felt nauseous and anxious and terrified. It got so bad to the point where I had to call my boyfriend to comfort me. Or I had to call my boyfriend for comfort. He offered to fall asleep on the phone. I did, but no matter how much I tossed and turned, I still felt the fear and cold sweats running through my body. That's when I heard it. Her wailing. If you know anything about La Llorona, her cries let you know that if you're safe or if you're not safe. If you hear her cries nearby, she's far away. But if her cries are distant, she's nearby. For my case, the cries were distant. I immediately opened my eyes as I'm tucked in bed, scanning the room and looking at my siblings to see if they can hear it too. As soon as I realized they were in a deep sleep, I quickly start praying Al Padre Nuestro and praying to La Virgencita. La Virgencita. The more I prayed, the more she started sounding louder and louder, and that's when I shot out of bed and properly looked around the room. No one, nothing. But the fear in me stopped, and the feeling of me being watched stopped. Then I was just left there with me and my reflection in the mirror. The more I looked in the mirror, I realized there was a shadow standing right next to one of my siblings. But a few seconds after noticing it, it went away. I laid back down and processed what was going on for 5 or 10 minutes later, and I just went fast to sleep. In the morning, I spoke about it, and I was bombarded with questions. Did you hear her crying or wailing? Did you hear far or distant? Those are the same. How did you feel? Were you praying? Until my cousin asked me a question that made my blood run cold. Did you hear her scream for her kids? I nodded frantically, and she continued on saying that she only cried for her kids to a selective group of people, and how not many can hear her calling for her kids. She then went on to say that La Llorona only calls for her kids around people she wants to take away the most. Ever since that happened, I'm not sure if it's some kind of bad juju or if she left a mark. I've been dealing with blood pressure issues and my joints are constantly in pain. I've also been getting worse migraines. I've gone to many different doctors and I'm getting medicated for it, but the medicine they're prescribing me is not helping. It's only worsening my conditions. I gotta tell you. Have any of you experienced something like this before? Really weird. I've been with my boyfriend for over 5 years now. Almost the entirety of that time, we've shared a bed. This started happening about 2 or 3 months ago. We moved into this renovated childhood home in March of last year. Everything's been normal. I usually can't sleep at night, so after he goes to bed, I sit in the bed beside him and quietly watch TV or play games on the Switch. My side of the bed is in the corner of our bedroom. There's just enough space for a nightstand to the right side of me. The first time it happened, he awoke frantically, staring behind me and a little bit toward the ceiling with wide eyes. This really freaked me out when I questioned him. He said that he thought he saw something, but after that he calmed down and said everything was fine, and the next day I questioned him again and he told me it was fine. He didn't remember seeing anything, just woke up suddenly. It happened once more in the same way, but then after it was a little bit different. A few weeks after the initial times he did it, I would turn to glance at him and realize he was staring behind me, his head propped up on his arms, eyes unfocused, face emotionless. He always looked at the same place behind me at the point that I'm really starting to consider moving all the stuff on my nightstand and the stuffed animals in the net above me bed, so that there's nothing there for him to look at. He startled himself awake again tonight looking at that spot behind me. When I asked him if he was okay, he seemed kind of annoyed. It's really weird. But for the record, this is literally the only weird thing happening. Everything else in our lives is totally fine, but he's been really stressed at work. I'm wondering if maybe it has something to do with it. It's just weird. We've been together so long, been through so much stress, and nothing like this has ever happened before. Don't really know if paranormal, and seems a bit of a stretch to say so. Just so extremely creepy. A visit from something during a bath. A few years ago, I was in a bath relaxing, watching a video on YouTube. Very relaxed, actually. Home alone, or so I thought. My bathroom door folds in on itself to open, so there's a slit in the middle you can see through, allowing the door to fold, then slit underneath. It's quite a big slit. It'd go up past your ankle by about 2 inches, I'd say. Anyway, I was in the bath with my phone resting on the ledge of my bath where the taps are, which is right next to the door, so the door is in full view. On my unborn son's life, just as clear as me and you would see each other if we stood in front of each other, I saw a pair of bare feet and the hem of a black swishy dress casually walking past the door. I could only catch this figure from the slit under the door before I registered what I'd actually seen. It had walked past, so I didn't get a chance to look up the middle to see the rest of the figure. I remember it looking like the feet of a woman, unpainted toes, pale white in color, but not ghostly white, not dead-looking, just pale. At first, I wasn't freaked out at all. I don't believe in these things, so I thought perhaps my sister had come home early and I hadn't heard her come in. That direction this thing walked can only lead to my bedroom, so I called out and jokingly said, "Beeb? Elizabeth, get out of my room." No response. Thought nothing of it. I finished my bath, went to my bedroom to see what my sister was doing. I walked into a completely empty bedroom. I searched the house to find a completely empty house. The front door is still locked and the cameras haven't triggered. Now I'm freaking out. Call my sister. She tells me she's not home, hasn't returned home, and wouldn't be home for a few more hours as she was still in town with my parents. What made me most tense, strangely enough, was how eerie it felt calling out into an empty house thinking I was talking to my sister. I was very on edge afterwards and went downstairs with the television on and waited for my family to return. So, from somebody who has no clue about these things to people who do, what do you think I saw that day? This is the only incident like this I've ever had. Weird things happening. Yeah, so a week and a half ago, my wife and I were playing games. She's in the bedroom, I'm in the living room. I turn around so often to check on Maple and just view the room. Well, our TV's in the living room and it was on. We haven't used that TV in probably 6 months. I observed the room, saw no animals was around, and it was just like, okay, it's fine, whatever. Well, my dad passed away 4 days ago. And yesterday I woke up and our TV in the living room was on and the volume was at 100 and on the TV like the button was being pressed. So I picked the remote up and pressed down on the volume and the TV fought me. It went down to 42 and instantly back up, and then I got it down all the way and turned it off. I told my wife and she was like, "That's weird, but maybe that was your day telling you he's okay. I'm assuming Dad." I said, "Yeah, maybe." Still didn't really think much. Last night I get home and we decided to play some Call of Duty and we were in some sort of a match and she says something and in the corner of my eye I see blue and turn around and the TV was on again, no animals around, and it this time went up 3 volume, then 10, and then it went to 100, stopped and pressed 100 again, and then this shook me. The menu of the TV opened. It went to the settings and it was zooming around and went to the one that's like custom theater vivid game, and it zoomed through the settings and stopped on game. Closed out the volume, happened again. Opened the menu again, zoomed through, stopped on game again. I'm relaying what's happening, like shocked, because I'm seeing what looks like poltergeist activity for the first time in my life. This morning, my alarm was set for 8:30. I woke up at 8, and I used the restroom, and I see a blue at the living room, and the TV was on, the volume pressed at 100 again. I turned it off, like, okay, this is really weird, considering the timing. So I fall back asleep, and I start dreaming about what's in the TV, and it starts haunting us and possesses Autumn, and I run away. Tell her about the TV again, and she leaves for work this morning, and I was getting the bacon to go out, and I was by myself, and the TV turns on again. I'm a bit freaked out, if I'm honest. question about two of my encounters. Hello everybody, I wanted to ask some questions about two of my encounters with paranormal things when I was a kid. I lived in a house where everybody felt like it was haunted or admitted that strange things happened. My first encounter, if I remember right, this only happened once. I was in my room, I think alone. It was daytime, I assume, as my parents always slept in that same room as me when I was little. But what is strange is that I remember as if it was suddenly becoming dark, and I saw this white light orb coming close to me. I ran to my parents, crying and saying that I saw a bad sun. It was probably the first time fear had taken over me. The second encounter was amazing. I was in the same room as the first story, and it was afternoon. In the beam of light coming from my window, I saw a small light creature. I had no idea what happened next. But I know she taught me a lot of things then. I don't remember what, but I'm 100% sure that whatever knowledge she had given me is still in me. She visited me a lot when I was living in that house. The last time I saw her was after we moved. I think that was when the first time that she showed up in that house was, and the last. She was faded, and I knew it was time for her to go. Her name started with an A, I think Anamina, something like that. I'd like to ask what kind of things were they? I've been curious about this for a long time, and if anybody else experienced something similar. Was the first thing actually malicious, or maybe it was ball lightning? It came to my mind that maybe the first and second creature were the same, just changed form because they knew that I was afraid. I think I'm being followed. I don't quite know how to explain it. I was in foster care till I was 10, which so far has been half of my life. I moved around quite a bit into some not very good places. Somewhere before I got adopted, it felt like I had already picked something up. Personally, I hope this can be explained as sleep paralysis, as what it kind of sounds like. I've had auditory hallucinations where it sounds like people are talking either to me or about me. I've been in a state where I was aware of my surroundings, albeit with a migraine attached and a tall hooded thing. All of was just dark robes, and it had no face. I've seen it a few times, but it just kind of stands there and faces my direction as I sleep. If this was the only things happening, I would immediately say sleep paralysis. The physical stuff that's happened, I moved around quite a bit since I've adopted as well, so I'll just refer to the house's numbers. House 1, I've been home alone when the downstairs is flipped on at full volume. That has scared me more than once. My sister's TV has done the same thing, but it didn't jump to full volume. I've heard really loud footsteps downstairs. My siblings and parents heard that too, and they were wondering what it was. We actually called the police, and they found nothing. I could have sworn I saw a little girl run upstairs, but I'm honestly unsure about that one. There are more, but they're rather minor. House 2, seeing a random dark figure in a mirror, then as soon as I catch, it's gone. I heard my dad call out to me from the living room to find that he's not even in the house. My dad did the same, only reverse. I was at school. I woke up to find my TV had parked itself on the ground. To this day, I'm unsure about that one, or how that happened. TV was undamaged, though. Oh, and growling when there was no animal nearby. House 3, I've never really felt alone in the current house I'm in. Even when I'm all alone by myself, I've gone to the kitchen to find shattered glass from a few plates or cups. The current TV still does the weird thing where it turns on by itself, and I've heard the footsteps again. Sometimes it even sounds like there are kids laughing. If it helps, I was born clinically dead, but was able to be brought back and spent the first month or so in the NICU. I don't have much information on that, as my biological mom is dead, and my biological family doesn't mention it month, only that I'm a miracle baby. I was also addicted to drugs and I was born too, so maybe I'm just neurospicy. Any explanation would be greatly appreciated. Birthday boy, please leave me alone. I was a homeless hooligan for a few years, living in a small farm town in the middle of Willamette Valley. There weren't a lot of opportunities for kids my age. It was about 10 p.m. and my friend and I were bumming smokes from patrons behind the local bar. There were about 5 people, my friend and I included, out back when this small man came out. He was about 5.5 feet tall and odd proportions, dressed like a cowboy. Kept on talking about how it was his birthday and referencing himself as the birthday boy. 30 minutes passed and the patrons slowly started filtering out until it was just the birthday boy, my friend and I. He asked us if we knew where any abandoned buildings were, and if we could take him to one. At this point, my entire being was screaming at me to get away from him. Like a switch had flipped and I could feel some sort of evil intention radiating from him. I gave some sort of vague direction of a non-existent building and told him goodbye. He asked me if I would take him there and celebrate his birthday with him, and that he had gifts for us. I told him no, as I needed to make it to a friend's house to go to sleep. He told me, and I quote, "See you again, Noah." It gave me a huge inhuman grin. He then proceeded to sprint backwards for about 30 feet, spin around, and run in the direction I gave him. I looked at my friend, and we both started running in the opposite direction, cutting through side streets and jumping a couple of fences. We end up making it to my friend's house and making it inside. About 20 minutes pass, and we're chilling inside smoking, and I hear someone singing "Happy Birthday" to you. Peek out the window, and it's the fucking birthday boy. I don't know how he found us, but he paced up and down the street for an hour or two until he gave up and sprinted away. Never saw the birthday boy again. I don't know what the fuck he was, but he was not human. To the birthday boy, let's not meet again. The pale woman, a big shadow, and a good-night smile. So, this is my story that happened throughout many years of my life, and I fear it's coming back. As a short context, I live in my grandparents' house since I was born. My parents also lived here. It's a big and old house with 2 floors. Since it happened in the span of a few years, I'll tell each important thing and jump in time always when needed. The worst things are in the end, so please read all and don't mind my English. I'm in my mid-early 20s now, but it started when I was a child. There's no cell phones or a lot of tech for leisure, so I had to find stuff to play and spend my days either playing with toys or walking around the house. One day I was looking for my parents, and since their room was upstairs, I made my way there and started knocking on the door and calling them. No answer. They weren't there. Gave up, turned around to go downstairs again, and I saw behind me the back leg of someone exiting the room. I was like, they just walked off. No face, no noise, just the back leg, and it seemed like a woman. Thought it could be my mom. Surely it was not my grandmother, since she had a bad back and would never go up there. I ran to see who it was, but for my surprise, there was no one there. In the following years, my parents got a divorce, my mom started working in another city, and my grandfather died. And I was living in the same house, still only with my grandmother and her brother, an old man that was recovering from a broken femur. He was a very sweet old man, and there was a joke around our family members that we would speak alone, and he did. Always at night, you would walk in front of his room and hear him mumbling something in the dark. Never really did think anything of it because he's an old man. One day in the morning, I was walking around my house and I passed in front of the corridor. I glanced him in the end of said corridor, and behind him there was a towering man. It was a tall shadow, seemed very muscular, and had no apparent features, just walking fast, so I had to go back and check again, and there was nothing there. In short, after this, mental and physical condition worsened. Sometime after, I was at my dad's house. And for the first time, I opened up about these 2 things. My dad got very surprised and said her family on the father's side saw those things. You know, that kind of stuff. But him saying that made me remember of a few moments as a child when I remember my dad confronting my grandmother if she was playing games on him and my mother. I remember him asking if she was knocking on the door, screaming and running away and stalking them. My grandmother denied. I doubt she was doing anything. Why would she? And how, since she was not going upstairs? My dad told me he felt something weird in my house, and that's one of the reasons he couldn't stand here and lead to the divorce. He claimed there's a woman here, a pale one, sometime after I met her. It was at night. At the time, my room had a different configuration. My bed was facing the window, so I could open my eyes and see it in front of me. I'm not very proud of this, but I slept with the lamp on during most of my childhood, maybe even as a preteen. One day as I was asleep, I woke up, or something woke me up. The feeling of someone looking at you. For some reason, I was not afraid, though. I didn't feel anything. I was confused. I cracked my eyes open, and in front of me there was a window, no curtains at the time. Which wasn't a problem since my windows go inside the house, and it's also an old wooden one. The only glass, it's on a small part on top of it. In that small glass part, there was a woman, looking at me deep in the eyes. She was staring, and just staring with a blank expression. She was as pale as milk and had black hair. I could only see so much, though. I stared back in confusion and felt nothing, absolutely nothing. Looked to the side, put my blankets up to my head and slept, and in the morning I could only think of that. After this, I started having terrible nightmares every day. They weren't scary in nature, but I would always wake up screaming at night. My mom was at home during this time, and I all came to the worst day. I was sleeping, and I woke up, but I couldn't move. I felt like a spectator in my own skin. I got up and folded my blanket perfectly. If you know me, that's very strange. I hate doing that. I exited my room, stood there in front of my grandmother's room, holding my folded blanket, and it was like sleepwalking. Except I don't sleepwalk, and I was awake. I could see it. My grandma woke up, and as she walked to the bathroom, she saw me and asked what I was doing. I was there for a while. I turned around and walked to the living room. Grandma called my mother, and she went to see me. I was sitting in the couch with the blanket, staring at nothing. My mother told me to get back in bed, and so I did. She told me to sleep. I laid in bed, and she covered me with the blanket and slowly closed the door. As she looked at me through the crack, I smiled at her. I remember it just as clear and vivid, pretty much as yesterday. My mother also remembers. I told my dad about this and the woman. He said there was something to do with my grandpa, maybe. That when he worked for the railway company, a woman died and he couldn't help. And that presence kept with them, and even came to this house. Nowadays, my grandma also passed, and I live alone in the same house. Nothing other than weird feelings happened since. Except I'm having nightmares again recently. I woke up some days ago with hoarse footsteps in my garage. I'm afraid a bit. Has anybody been through anything similar? Or has any questions? Cryptid sighting, Fresno Nightcrawler Night Rider. Please help. Let me start this off by stating the obligatory throwaway account. I wanted to come on here and share my story. Till last night, I never believed in anything cryptid. And I feel like today the entire world is different and terrifying. I don't know how to feel better about it. I have a house in a pretty populated area in Michigan. There isn't a ton of woods, but there's a small patch of about 4 acres right behind my property. Last night at around 9 p.m., I was taking my dogs out and I heard leaves crunching in the woods in front of me. At first, I thought it was just a deer, since we have a few of those around. I continued to hear leaves crunching and looking up because usually the deer will freeze when we go out, except this one didn't freeze, and it definitely wasn't a deer. I don't know what I was looking at, even though I could see it so clear with our porch light on. Only about 20 feet away from me. It was white, 4-foot-ish, and all I could see were legs. I took the dogs inside and went back out to look because for some reason I didn't feel afraid. I just needed to understand what I was looking at. I got closer and it continued to slowly walk between my property line and the woods until it slowly turned into the woods and walked away. Tried to think rationally and convince myself it was a deer, but I could see the entire thing and there was no deer to be found. I know what I saw. I went inside, told my husband I saw a strange-looking white thing that looked like an N, and after looking it up and seeing drawings and pictures online, I'm completely positive I saw a Fresno Nightcrawler. From what I can see online, they're harmless, and people even think they're cute, but I don't feel safe anymore. How can I feel better about this? Yesterday, cryptids, monsters, and everything scary were just stories, and today it's real and I'm dealing with it horribly. I'm genuinely scared. I don't want to live in this house anymore, and I just want to feel safe. Just looking for answers. I hope anybody can, offer some sort of anything. My mom's biological dad saved my life. Not sure if this is the right group for this, but sharing anyway. My mom's biological dad passed away in a car accident before my mom was even born. It happened in the winter almost 40 years ago. Around 3 months ago, I'm driving in the city. And I live in the country around 45 minutes from the city, so going up there isn't a very common thing for me. I was heading to drop my sister off at her friend's house when I had this voice tell me to fix my seatbelt right now. I was coming up to a stop sign and very quickly fixed my seatbelt and told my sister to fix hers too. Less than 30 seconds later, I got hit on my right side in the middle of the truck bed, caused me to crash into a street lamp. Both my sister and I were miraculously fine. I only had whiplash, a mild concussion, and some bruises. My sister only had the whiplash. The other driver wasn't so lucky and had a broken arm and a hell of a lot to say for somebody who blew a stop sign. When all said and done, and I had gone home, I told him about how that voice had told me to fix my seatbelt. My grandma, my mom's mom, started tearing up and told me about how 42 years ago, her and my mom's biological dad had gotten into an accident on the exact same street. Had told her to fix her seatbelt the same way. Another time this happened was when I was on the phone with my boyfriend and he was driving home from work and I had the same voice tell him to fix his seatbelt. And he usually drove with it behind me, or rather behind him. And less than 2 minutes later, he flipped his truck around a corner. Never doubt that voice as long as I live. The stranger who slept beside me. This happened when my close family visited the house of my grandmother's sister. The house was infamous for its eerie stories, like how at midnight music would start playing out of nowhere, continuing until someone physically went upstairs to turn it off. I didn't want to go, but staying home alone wasn't an option either. So with a knot in my stomach, I decided to go. The first 2 nights were uneventful, but the home itself was suffocatingly creepy. No matter where I went, it always felt like some eyes were fixated on me. Chalked up to nerves, convincing myself I was overthinking. But on the last night, something happened that I can never forget. I decided to sleep early to catch the morning ferry. I was sharing a room with 2 of my uncles and an aunt. My parents and grandmother slept in a separate room. It was always cramped, and with the loud snoring, sleep seemed impossible. By 11 p.m., I was still wide awake. My mom's cousin, who had gone to a party earlier that evening, was supposed to return around midnight. I texted her, asking her to bring food, but she didn't reply. Still, I stayed up hoping she'd show up soon. I must have drifted off because I suddenly woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. They were slow, deliberate, and grew louder as they approached the room. The door creaked open, my heart pounded in silence as a figure stood in the doorway, unmoving. In the faint moonlight spilling through the window, I could make out a dark silhouette. I froze, clutching my blanket until the figure finally stepped inside and walked toward me. It was my mom's cousin, or at least I thought it was. She was wearing a dark nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Without a word, she slipped into the small space beside me. I whispered, "Why are you sleeping here? It's already so cramped." She didn't respond. The weight of her body pressed into the bed, and I could feel the cool strands of her hair brushing against my arm. Something about her silence made my skin crawl. but I convinced myself she was just tired or maybe drunk from the party. I scooted over carefully, not wanting to accidentally bump her face, and she had gotten a nose job. The room felt impossibly still as I lay there, eyes wide open, listening to the rhythmic breathing of my relatives around me, and somehow I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up to my mom shaking me. "Breakfast ready. Get up. We need to pack." At the dining room table, I saw my mom's cousin and couldn't resist teasing her. "Next time, if you're going to cram into our room, at least bring food. You know how hungry I was last night." She frowned, looking genuinely confused. "What are you talking about? I blacked out at the party and didn't even get home until this morning." I stared at her, trying to process her words. "Stop messing with me. You were literally in her room. You slept beside me." Her face paled. "I wasn't here," she said. Her voice was low. A cold dread spread through me, and I turned to the rest of the family, desperate for answers. Everyone swore they'd stay in their own rooms all night. My uncles and aunt had still been fast asleep when I woke up. Feeling nauseous, I went back to the bedroom to pack my things. The bed looked exactly as we'd left it, except for one thing. On the pillow where she had slept was a single strand of long black hair, and no one else in the house had long black hair. To this day, I have no idea who or what slept beside me that night.